Welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host, James Chen, aka J. Chenzor. My head feels about like 10 times lighter, but you know, let's go. And literally Capcom Cup starts in almost exactly 24 hours from now. It is going to be a wild event. We're going to take a look at some of the information for Capcom Cup. So if we come over here, obviously, it is all for, once again, $1 million. $1 million on the line here for Capcom Cup. The thing that I wanted to do today and help you guys get ready for Capcom Cup 11 coming up here. This is the 8-man bracket the 8-pool bracket here. And so again, each of these groups is going to be a round robin. There's going to be 15 matches per pool, and the person with the highest win rate, I believe, will start the top 16 in the winner side bracket, and the person in second place will start the final 16 bracket on the losers side. So it's gonna be a brutal one. And the crazy thing about it, so if you remember last year, one pool was just like, oh my God, which was the dreaded pool F that just like had all the crazy players in there. And even though the pools are completely random, this year, I feel like the pool balance came out really well. Like, at first I looked at this and I was like, oh my God, Pool G might be the craziest out of all of them, because Group G has Nephew, Knuckle Doo, Kaba, Xiaohai, Kills You, and Juicy Joe. But then people were like, no, James, F. Look at F. And I was like, F? Lashar, Just the Kid, or Jack, Uriel, Valorio, Cien, Oil King, Big Bird. Wow, that is kind of a messed up pool. That is definitely a messed up pool. And then I just started looking at all of them. Like, look at Group A. Phenom, Takamura, HotDog, Salvatore, Itabashi, Zangief, and Punk. Like, what kind of pool is that? Like, that is absolutely insanity, right? So every one of these pools is scary. Every one of these pools tends to have the one unknown guy, right? And what's crazy about that is if my calculations are correct, 18 players this year are in their first Capcom Cup. And some of these are names that you would not have guessed would be in their very, very first Capcom Cup ever. Like, if I named you, like these names here, if I said like, VxBao, Kakeru, ChrisCCH, and Just the Kid, which of those 4 players that I named has never been in a Capcom Cup? Right? The answer is Kakeru. Kakeru has never been at a Capcom Cup. He has been in Last Chance qualifiers, but Kakeru has never been in a Capcom Cup, which is just absolutely insane. You're just like, what? How is that possible? So VxBao was in 2022, 2 years ago, the last Street Fighter V. Just the Kid was in 2022 for the last Street Fighter V, and ChrisCCH was in 2022 for the last Street Fighter V. Kakeru has been in none of them, and it's wild. Like, you just like, there's absolutely no way. Kakeru just had to fight 9,000 Cammys, and that just doesn't do well for JP. So again, these pools are absolutely wild, but you know, because there's a lot of players that you might not be familiar with, even if, for example, you're like, who's JabhiM, right? Like, who's JabhiM? Like, this guy has no chance. He has no Capcom Cup experience. Well, this is actually going to be JabhiM's 3rd Capcom Cup in a row, by the way. So he made it in 2022, 2023, and 2024. So it's important that I think, you know, you get to know a lot of these players here. So I'm going to go through these players. So yeah, I mean, we'll go through all that stuff. So let's actually do this group by group, shall we? So let's start with Group A and talk about all these players. Now, to be fair, there are some of these players that I legit have no information on whatsoever. And shout outs once again to Incross the God for the Wikipedia page, because like almost everything that I have, you know, all this information came came from Incross's Wikipedia site. So let's actually start here. So in Group A, we have Phenom. And again, if you don't know who Phenom is, I don't know where you been. I don't know where you been, because Phenom is one of the most prolific Capcom Cup guys, like ever. Obviously, he is from Norway, but he has been a high placing Capcom Cup player, Street Fighter player for such a long time. He's been in 6 previous Capcom Cups between Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI. So again, Phenom has been kicking butt for quite some time. So again, if you don't know who, I don't know what rock you've been living under. So, but yeah, so that's Phenom. Then comes Takamura. Now, interestingly enough, Takamura has been playing for a long time. He's from Belgium. He's a very, very strong player. He's always been a strong player and has had some tremendous tournament finishes, but he's only made it into Capcom Cup since the pandemic has been over. He's tried to make it in many times, but just fell short. And so this will actually be the 3rd year in a row for him for his only 3 Capcom Cups. Now, during that period of time before the pandemic, this guy, like I pegged him as one of those guys that would easily become one of the top players from EU. Like I saw it and I knew he had the capability of doing that. He hasn't quite made it there yet. He's right there, and he just needs that kind of breakthrough performance, you know, like as wild as it must be to sound, like to hear something like this, because I had him as one of my top 5 players of last year, but like maybe kind of like on the same kind of level as a Duel Kevin. Both of these players can beat anybody on every given day. They're ridiculous. They're one of the best in their regions, but they haven't got that win under their belts. That is the one thing that why I haven't put them in that tier, because again, whenever a player wins that one, it transforms them. I can't explain it, but as soon as you win a big one, your brain chemistry shifts and suddenly you're like, I can win this. I can win this. And like every time someone breaks through that barrier and wins a big one, suddenly like they just start becoming one of the most dominant players in the world. And it's happened time and time again. So, you know, I think Takamura's right there. I'm waiting for him for the big win. And if he can win something like Capcom Cup, I mean, that would be awesome. That'd be awesome. So, oh, right. Yes. Phenom, it's hard to say because obviously, you know, he won't be playing Ken because clearly, you know, according to Phenom, Ken is the worst character in the absolute gay. No, I actually have Phenom listed with Ken as a secondary right now because he's been playing a lot of Cammy. The last few tournaments that he played, he's been using Cammy a lot. And so, you know, I think he's just trying to find a character significantly stronger than Ken, so he's going with Cammy. He doesn't have an M. Bison as well. Of course, ironically, in my tiering, Ken is 3 and Cammy is 4. So technically, in my scope of things, Phenom is going down. But Takamura is a Ken player. And in Street Fighter League, Takamura and Phenom had some amazing Ken v Ken matches, not even just this year, but the previous year as well. But like I said, Takamura is just right there, and I'm waiting for it. And if, you know, if he hears this, you know, he's probably heard this from me a million times. I believe in you, Takamura. I know you can do this. I know that win is coming for you at some point in time. I really think he has the capability of doing this. Next in this group is HotDog. HotDog, of course, is the Hong Kong Bison player. One of the only, strangely, solo Bison players. Everybody talks about how broken Bison is, but, you know, even when Phenom just released the video, because he's in Japan already, he was talking to Gachikun and asked Gachikun to name your top 5 characters. And, you know, everybody always talks about Bison, Bison, Bison. Nope, Gachikun doesn't have Bison up there. I don't have Bison up there. I don't think he's top 5. And I know everybody's like, what? What, James? He's so broken. And again, he's just one of those characters that can make you better from, like, if you are a newer player or like not necessarily a great player, he can elevate you a little bit higher, but at the highest levels, his lack of defense still hurts him, right? No actual wake up is a really big problem. He definitely has a lot of secondaries, don't get me wrong, but like the chances of HotDog busting out one of those other characters fairly low unless it is a specific matchup. So otherwise, I would expect HotDog to be using Bison this whole entire time. I mean, he's going to be fighting Cammys and Kens up the wazoo and a random Zangief. And I don't think Bison has a particular problem with any of them except for maybe Cammy. But again, if you're playing Street Fighter 6 and you're not accustomed to fighting Cammy, I don't know what you're doing, right? There's so many Bisons. I mean, so many Cammys. There's a lot of Cammys. But again, HotDog, very, very strong player. Only had one previous Capcom Cup, but he is a very strong player from Hong Kong. And, you know, he is using a very strong character, right? So Bison's just one of those characters. You know, I kind of... You know, obviously he's stronger than Kimberly, but both of those characters are the kind of characters that you play against him and you just have like a bad, like 30 minutes, like you die, right? Those characters can just literally run over you if you're just not expecting the right stuff. You can just die almost instantaneously. So yeah, he's going to be scary. He's a wild card in this pool for sure. Now, like I said, in every pool there's one player that most people, I think, don't know or are not familiar with. I will say the same thing here with Salvatore, a player who basically qualified from the World Warrior South America East. He was not the top points getter from the Super region. He had to play in the region finals, and he ended up winning. And not only did he win, but he beat Dookie, who was the winner from this region last year. So Dookie was actually the one that made it out last year. But apparently Salvatore showed up and kind of played spoiler to that. And this obviously is his first Capcom Cup. And we know so little about him that I don't even know how old he is. But judging from this picture, he's not that old. He's not that old. He looks like a baby to me right now. So, but again, in case you guys are wondering, he is from Venezuela. So he is a Venezuelan player. And he, like I said, he won the South American East. And he plays a Cammy. Now, the biggest disadvantage for Salvatore in this pool here is that Phenom and another player in this pool also play Cammy. So in other words, for somebody like HotDog and all the Cammy players, like they basically study how to fight Cammy. That's going to be the main character they've got to practice against. And so if you're not the strongest Cammy in this pool, everybody else is going to know how to beat up Cammy because that's who they're going to be studying against. It's going to be a tough one. However, if Salvatore can bring something different, if he can go hooligan shenanigan or something and surprise everybody. Thank you, Runkles McDougal in the YouTube chat over here. Just want to make sure I'm not ignoring the YouTube chat. But yeah, I mean, if he can show up with Cammy and do something completely different, go, like I said, go hooligan crazy, right? He might be able to mess people up because everyone might be studying for a very controlled and different style Cammy play. So you never know. He could take advantage of that. And, you know, honestly, if I was coaching Salvatore, that's kind of what I would tell him. I would be like, kind of go hooligan crazy, maybe, you know, or spin knuckles risky, and hooligan's risky, obviously, as well. But you got to throw something at the players in this pool that they are not expecting. Next in the pool, God, former second place Capcom Cup finisher is Itabashi Zangief. Obviously, we know all about him. He is one of the scariest players. Frighteningly enough, though, only 3 Capcom Cups previous to this, but one of them was in second place. Zangief hasn't been particularly strong throughout Street Fighter V's lifespan, which is one of the reasons why Itabashi has so much trouble. He did switch to Abigail for a long portion of that, but he's never really quite had that mind meld, you know, his character available for him in Capcom Cup. I mean, you remember the year that he did get second place, you know, Zangief versus Guile was a bad matchup, and Daigo got like a 2-0 lead on Itabashi. If I'm not mistaken, Itabashi reverse 3-0'd Daigo's Guile with his Zangief. It was something crazy like that. And that's just what happens when you have a player and the character that just meshes. You know, someone said on Twitter recently, I hate it when people say, why didn't Idom just use a Shoto? He'd be so strong. And someone responded to that, and it's like, you know, sometimes the play style and your connection to the character means a lot more than you think it does. I can play top tier till I'm blue in the face, but like I'll still probably do better with like a Kimberly just because I think she's so fun, right? So, but yeah, Itabashi Zangief, obviously from Japan. You guys know this guy. He's ridiculous. And he's gonna be using Zangief. And again, Zangief, I don't even think like probably not even in top 10 in this game, but in the right hands, again, like Bison, like Kimberly, like Zangief can delete you. You just die, and that's it. Weirdly enough, he qualified by getting first place at East Coast Throwdown, where he beat Idom in grand finals. So he actually gatekept Idom at East Coast Throwdown. But don't you guys worry, because Idom is in safe and sound. And so the reason why I say Salvatore should go crazy is because you have the most fundamental Cammy in the world. Punk the God is in this pool. Oh man. As a summary, Phenom, Takamura, HotDog, Salvatore, Itabashi Zangief, and Punk. This is the pool A, right? Like, and this is not one of the death pools. Like, this is crazy. But, you know, obviously Punk, I mean, the way that he's playing, like people were saying, it's almost like he has the Dominican hate power up right now because he has something to prove. And 100%, Punk's worst enemy is Punk. The times that I see Punk perform the worst is when he's just like, I'm not taking this as seriously. But when he has a reason to win, and a lot of that usually comes from the I need an enemy. I don't think anybody can beat Punk, honestly. Like, do I think he's the best in the world right now? Yes, I do. I really, really do. Winning Evo was no simple feat. But, you know, like I said, the way he played in that SFL finals, and because he has that power up, he's really, really strong. Someone in the chat asked, do I think it's Punk's time to win Capcom Cup? Look, I'll give you my guesses on who's making it out of these pools and stuff like that. But I'll tell you right now, I am not taking a single player over the field. Capcom Cup is so hard to call because it's crazy. The only time you can do that is if Sonic Fox is playing in an MK tournament and has actually practiced and has reason to win, or when Xiao Hai is playing in a KOF tournament. Those are the only times that you could really pick a player over the field, I think. But in a game like Street Fighter 6, and with this many good players, very, very hard to say. However, would I pick him as making it out of this pool? Of course I'm going to have him make it out of this pool. Because like I said, his Cammy is just so fundamental, and you can study all you want on how to fight Cammy. But the thing about Punk is that it doesn't matter as much compared to other people on which character he plays, because he just beat. So the reason why Cammy is so strong for Punk is that I've often said Cammy has no shenanigans, right? She's got the hooligan stuff, but the hooligan stuff can get you killed more often than it can reward you, right? Punk doesn't use the hooligan stuff. He's busted out OD Hooligan into throw into level 3 for the win a couple of times now, but that's because he never uses it. So you're just not thinking about it. So the fact that he'll use it once out of every like 50 matches he plays is why it's so good, because you just don't worry about it. But the thing is, Cammy doesn't have a lot of shenanigans. She has to beat you through fundamentals, and nobody plays the Street Fighter 5/6 fundamental game better than Punk the God. He is the best at shimmying. He knows when to double shimmy you. He knows when to triple shimmy you. He's so good at whiff punishing, etc., etc. This guy is ridiculous. And so Cammy, she has like the best normals practically in the game, right? And if she gets the right read, one of the reasons why I put her in the top 4, a little bit stronger than the desired power level, is because she has the absolute best anti-throw tool in the game in instant jump dive kick. Like, they nerfed it so that you can't get the lift upper on it, so you can't switch sides anymore unless you spend meter for an OD drill. But still, on block, they now made it at worst minus 3, I think, at worst. So if you jump an OD dive kick and you block it, you can't get punished. So if someone shimmies you and you do this, like a lot of other characters, when they do their anti-throw thing, they can die really badly. Like if Jury jumps and dive kicks, like you just punish her after she lands. Like Cammy can't be punished anymore. So having that one tool is really, really strong. Well, right, Zangief level 3, of course. Yeah, I mean, Punk absolutely makes Cammy look broken. Now, recently Punk was like, Cammy's not super broken, she's not that good. And I get where Punk is coming from, because again, I played Cammy and I get where he's coming from. That's why I say she has no shenanigans, right? And people are like, James, what's a shenanigan? Well, a shenanigan is just something that you can bust out one time that the opponent might not know, like, that's a trick, and just catch them one time off guard. And if you have 1 or 2 shenanigans for your character, a lot of the times you can win a round that you weren't supposed to win using that. So Cammy's best shenanigan is OD Hooligan into level 3. That is her best shenanigan. So that's the closest that she's got. But again, it's a huge risk. If someone just stays crouching, you die. But again, Cammy has no natural overhead. So drive rush, if she drive rushes, you never have to stand block, etc., etc. She has to beat you on fundamentals. And the thing about it is, most players aren't going to be good enough to play Cammy at that kind of fundamental level. But this is Punk the God. This is Punk the God. He clearly can play that character at that level. And I just remember, I was going over the patch notes when they nerfed Cammy's ODDP so it didn't switch sides. And I don't know if anybody remembers what I said when I was going through that patch, because like everyone's like, that's brutal to Cammy, that's brutal to Cammy. I was like, that's not going to affect Punk at all. I'm like, that's not going to make any difference to fighting Punk. Like, it's just not, like, getting out of the corner, Punk, like, he can fight his way out of the corner, no problem. If he hits you with it, like, he gets kind of mix-ups and stuff, like, he'll just beat you anyway. That change was going to affect Punk by clearly 0. And what we saw at Street Fighter League, including beating Mena RD's Blanca in what's supposed to be a very bad matchup for Cammy, I mean, dude, Punk was just crazy, dude. He makes his character so ridiculous, dude. It's wild. And so, Group A. Group A, Phenom, Takamura, HotDog, Salvatore, Itabashi. Who's making it out of this pool? So there's 2 people who have to make it out of this pool. I'm not going to try to order them because that's just, I mean, that's just asking for craziness. Now, you know, a lot of times when I try to predict things, I tend to go with my heart. And I always know that nothing ever turns out the way it's supposed to. So I always try to go nuts and pick wild stuff. And I did that at EWC, and I was almost the closest one to being right. But for the purposes today, yes, AG42. But for the purposes today, I will be talking from a very logical standpoint instead of the crazy wild guesses here. So I do think Punk makes it out, right? A lot of times I feel like when players have that pressure, like they are like one of the favorites, it hurts them a lot. But as people mentioned, the Dominican power-up, you know, the Dominican hate power-up, and just Punk playing like I've never seen him play before this past 2024, and through 2025, thanks to Street Fighter League. Like, I think he makes it out, and I think Itabashi Zangief makes it out. Why do I think Itabashi Zangief makes it out? It's because Zangief fights Cammy well, right? I mean, you saw Mena RD switch to Zangief to actually fight Punk, and he did better with Zangief than he did with Blanca, and that's because Zangief actually can fight Cammy pretty decently. You know, one of the reasons, weirdly enough, is the Tundra Storm, because it actually catches her drive impact. So even if you burn Zangief out, like if the Zangief is ready, they can still stop the drive impact. But also, you know, Cammy wins a lot on longer limbs. Zangief's limbs are even longer than Cammy's. He has an armored standing heavy punch that will eat standing medium kick and stand heavy kick for breakfast. So, and then, you know, the lariat can work pretty decently against Cammy. And, you know, if worse comes to worse, you know, once Zangief gets to level 1, if Cammy is even remotely close, the whole am I going to jump kick or dive kick mix up just doesn't even work. Like, you jump, they level 1, and you're like, well, okay. So, yeah, so Zangief is really good against Cammy. And, you know, so that's going to hurt Phenom and Salvatore a lot. And then the other thing, too, about it really just comes down to is none of the other players here, Phenom, Takamura, HotDog, and Salvatore, actually Phenom, so I'll pick a wild horse, too, which is Phenom. Phenom has the possibility of taking out Itabashi because one of his main training partners is Veggie, right? Who is one of the best Zangiefs, if not the best Zangief in EU. So Veggie might have that Zangief experience, but I think Itabashi is going to have an advantage in that. I think Salvatore, HotDog, and Takamura are going to struggle against Itabashi because it's harder to find good Zangiefs to practice against than it is to find good Kens, Cammys, and Bisons, right? Like, you're going to find Cammys, Kens, and Bisons everywhere. So, you know, I think Itabashi is going to be able to get some good training there. The other players are going to have a harder time finding a Zangief to train against. So that's who I have in Group A. I think Punk, I guess they're ordered then, Punk, Itabashi, and then the wild card Phenom. That's what I have making out of Pool A. All right. Okay, so let's go to Pool B. So, Salty Kid. Bittersweet. Absolutely bittersweet for me. And the reason why it's a little bittersweet for me is because Salty Kid is a Kimberly player. And I think he was either the first or second Kimberly player qualified. He might be the only Kimberly, actually. So I was really happy because Salty Kid is a great Kimberly player and he qualified. The thing that made it tough for me was that in the finals, he beat Garnett. And Garnett, the way that he played in SFL EU, I became a huge Garnett fan. And Garnett, you know, qualified, I believe, the last 2 years at Capcom Cup. Excellent Dhalsim player. And so I was excited to see if Garnett can come back and, you know, get to Capcom Cup and get even stronger because, again, the more Capcom Cups you go to, the stronger you become. Unfortunately for Garnett, but fortunately for Salty Kid, and yay, I got a Kimberly in the tournament. Salty Kid did take it because the other Kimberly that I felt was a favorite to make it into Capcom Cup did not end up making it to Capcom Cup, we will get there very, very shortly. Salty Kid is there, and you know, Kimberly got buffed. Like, after she got buffed, I will tell you about her weaknesses, but I will never, ever say she's a bad character now, because they fixed a lot of things that she had problems with. Were the buffs enough to make her super good? I don't really think so, but she's very strong. And you fight the Kimberly, and if the Kimberly just catches you by surprise, you're dead. You're dead. That's just it. So, you're right. Stan actually mentions about that EWC thing. Everyone had Punk, Big Bird, and Mena, and I didn't pick any of them. Like, I didn't pick any of them even. I think I only picked Big Bird to make it out of his pool, but like, I was right. Again, that's my heart-based read. Like, I had it so that Punk didn't make it out because he had just one Evo, and I really felt like his brain and competitive spirit was taking a vacation during that time. And later I talked to Punk, and he was like, yeah, you know, I won Evo, so I'm not like super feeling it right now. And I was like, yeah, I figured so much. So again, I'm really good at picking people's mental states and stuff, because like I said, that's, I think, is my biggest strength, is the empath stuff. But yeah, Salty Kid with the Kimberly, I think that's really cool. I'm excited for him. This will be his first Capcom Cup, so it will, like, I'm going to be straight up honest with you. If Salty Kid ever runs into this somehow before he plays, I don't know how that's going to happen, but it's rough for most people getting to their first Capcom Cup, because they're not used to the size, the spectacle, the stage. You get nervous. Like, it is intimidating. Like, I've been a commentator, and I'll walk on the stage, and I'm not even playing a match, and I'm like, crap, this is scary. Like, the stage fright is real. The stage fright is real. Yeah, the venue is going to be the Ryukukikan. You know, I can't even pronounce it, but it is a very famous and prestigious sumo arena in Japan, so it's going to be really cool there. Forrest asked, would I trade all the buffs on Kimberly for ODDP? Actually, no. Like, for an actual Invul ODDP. No, because I do understand why they don't want to give Kimberly an ODDP, to keep her a little bit more unique. I would like, I'm okay with them not giving her that, as long as they buff a few extra things. But even then, like, I'd only want them to buff her for my own purposes. But right now, I really think she might be in a perfect spot. I have her in the just under desired power level characters, in the upper half, which means, yes, you can win a tournament with this character. But Kimberly is one of those characters, kind of like El Fuerte, as painful as it is for me to say that, because I hate El Fuerte in 4. But she's one of those characters that if you make too strong, she makes people quit the game, and everybody's going to get really, really mad at her. So if you put her in that level where she's just under desired power level, I actually think she's kind of in the right place right now. Okay, the standing heavy punch is a nice buff for sure, but it's still shorter than everybody else's standing heavy punch, which makes me sad. Anyways, yeah, Kimberly. And so Salty Kid is going to be, I think, the only Kimberly here. Let me take a look, make sure. Kimberly. Yes, he is the only Kimberly here. So it's going to be tough for him, not only just using one of the weakish-er characters in the game, but also this is his first time. And like I said, every pool is kind of loaded. The next player here, interesting story here, is C Anik from Bangladesh. What a rough story for him. He qualified last year. I think he made the mistake, or he did try early, but basically he trying to get his visa, he couldn't get it in time. He did end up getting his visa after Capcom Cup already picked his replacement, which was the person who finished in second place from his region. You know, his region being Asia South, right? And so he got his visa. I mean, it was seriously like an Eddie Lee situation from Bang the Machine. He got his visa, but after his replacement was already picked, and so Capcom was like, we can't like kick that guy off now. Like, we already told him, we done all this stuff, you know, we changed everything. Like, we gave you a deadline to get your visa and you didn't get it in time. And then he started hitting up a lot of people, including myself. And so I have a great empathy for him because I know he had no ill intention. There was no ill intention. It was desperation and panic because, you know, when he was emailing me, talking to me, he's like, it's such a big deal for the Bangladesh community to get a representative at Capcom Cup. Like, this is crazy. And so he's like, I need to make it. I need to get there. And so, like, can they let me in? Can they let me in? And I was like, I tried to explain to him logically why that probably wasn't the case. But unfortunately, he took to social media to talk about this. And he accidentally ended up doxing a bunch of Capcom employees, because he wanted to show examples of, you know, conversations that he had with a bunch of people via email. And he just forgot to redact a lot of stuff from some of those screen caps. And again, as soon as he found out, he fixed it almost immediately. And as soon as I found out, I messaged him right away. I was like, C Anik, fix this. Unfortunately, you know, took a while for him to fix it because time differences and stuff like that. But again, you know, talking to him and stuff like that, there was no ill intent. He wasn't trying to do anything wrong. And a lot of people were like, well, you just screwed your chance of ever getting into Capcom Cup, bro, you know. But I think even Capcom recognized exactly what was happening there, that this guy, I mean, there was, like I said, like, look at him. Like, it doesn't look like there's an evil bone in his body, dude. Like, he looks like the nicest dude. And from my conversations with him, he was very pleasant. He was very logical and reasonable and stuff like that. So I'm really, really glad that, you know, he's back this year and he's got his visa. He showed the picture. He's like, I have my visa. And like, he's made it to Capcom Cup. I'm really happy for him. One, because it just shows that, one, Capcom isn't going to be like, you doxed us, you're done, you know, kind of thing like that. But also because now what he was so sad about last year, you know, feeling like he let his country down, feeling like he let himself down. But again, like I said, I think the country part hurt him even more, that he gets his opportunity to play this year. So I'm really happy for C Anik. He qualified through the World Warrior like he did last year. And he, it's tough because like he's played like 3 or 4 different characters like throughout all of the World Warrior tournaments and stuff like that. So he has a variety of characters. The one that I see the most from him is Chun-Li. So that's what I have as his main right now, Chun-Li, but I also know he plays a Bison as well. So, you know, the thing about it is the time between you qualified and Capcom Cup, I mean, that was like 2 months for most of these players. That's enough time for you to get to another main. So like I said, he was experimenting with a lot of different characters towards the end. So I don't know who he's going to be using as a main, but I'm really happy for him to make it in there. The next player is NL. NL, since Street Fighter V, NL has been a just a force in Capcom Cups. He's a really, really strong player. And it was interesting because NL and Verloren kind of showed up in Street Fighter V at the same time, and I was like really excited about Verloren. I was like, I think his Cammy is really strong, and I thought he was a player that was gonna maybe go farther than NL, but NL has really stepped it up. He is very, very, yeah, I don't know what happened to Verloren. It's funny because like one time we were commentating one of the Korean things at the World Warrior recaps, and I was just like, oh, I want to ask NL, like what happened to Verloren, but I never got an answer for that. So I don't know, you know, life happens. People probably just get jobs, just don't have time to play and stuff like that. Get a family. Can't blame anybody for that kind of thing. But yeah, NL super, super strong. And between Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI, he has been in 4 Capcom Cups, right? If you look at this, he's in this Capcom Cup. He was in 2023. He was in 2022. He was in 2019 and 2018. Now, it sounds like he missed a couple of years, but if you remember, 2020, 2021 were the pandemic years where we only ran those exhibitions at the end. So those are not counted as Capcom Cup. In fact, if you go by the numbers as this one being 11, 2021 and 2020 don't really count as Capcom Cups, which means NL, this is his 5th Capcom Cup in a row. He has qualified to 5 Capcom Cups in a row. This guy is strong, dude. He is so good. And he's also the kind of person who's not afraid to pick top tier. You know, every time you saw it, like during Street Fighter V, if Cammy was better, then he played Cammy. Then when Karen got better, when Karin got better, he played Karin. And like, he just kept switching who's ever strong. And so in this game, he's using Akuma. He's using Akuma. And NL definitely has one of the scariest Akumas there is, honestly. He ended up winning in the finals over Armperor, which is interesting. The finals of his World Warrior region. South Korea was not a super region, so the player who qualified from that region had to win the finals, and he beat Armperor. But Armperor will be just fine, trust me. But again, NL. Yeah, I mean, yeah, even Ryu, when Ryu got buffed. Yeah, exactly. NL is one of those players, you know, when I talk about, like, you got to find that one character that you gel with, that you meshed with. There are some players that don't need to do that, and NL is one of them. You give him a good character, he's going to be strong. And so NL is going to be really, really dangerous in this pool. But boy, speaking of dangerous, we haven't even gotten to the other half of this pool. GranTODAKAI, a very, very strong player. I've talked with him a bunch too as well. He's from Panama. Again, a very, very strong player, and for the longest of time, a JP player. Now, obviously, JP got nerfed to the point where a lot of JP players dropped him, so GranTODAKAI started playing a lot of M. Bison. However, after JP got buffed again, I do believe Todakai has kind of picked JP back up. So, I mean, main, secondary, I have main as Bison and secondary as JP, but like literally probably can go back and forth, right? Like it can go either way. So GranTODAKAI, very strong player. He made it out of Central America West of the World Warriors. And yeah, this is going to be his first Capcom Cup. So yeah, this is the first time he's there. He's a young fellow. So, you know, it's going to be a tough one for him because, like, well, I mean, he's not that young compared to a lot of the fighting game players. Like, I think 30 is young, but, like, I know a lot of people are going, 30 is not young at all. Don't pay attention to me when I call people young or old. I have such a different viewpoint on all of this stuff. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, he's got a Blanca. Okay, yeah. And Blanca's a terrifying character if you're not practicing or ready for him. But, you know, it's going to be hard for GranTODAKAI. Like I said, first time at Capcom Cup. And the stage and the lights can really affect you. It can really affect you. But I think he'll be fine. I'm excited to see how he does. But this is where things get scarier and scarier. Because in position number 5... you know, arguably the strongest in the West Coast right now. And that, of course, is, whoops, wrong computer. That is, of course, JabhiM. Mr. Jonathan Bautista here. I mean, most people who've been paying any attention to fighting games at all, as to Street Fighter at all, knows how strong JB is. And they know how good his Rashid is, right? He didn't qualify via points. He had to win his region's finals for the World Warrior. That's, of course, US, Canada, West. But he did so beating Snake Eyes twice. I think he was the one who double eliminated Snake Eyes in that tournament. And remember, Snake Eyes snuck in the Capcom Cup last year. He's playing all the time, so Snake Eyes is never rusty. But Snake Eyes... you know, strong opponent, and JB was able to take him down. Again, this guy has been doing great. The sponsorship by C9, I'm sure, is doing wonders for him, you know, because he could focus on the game and such. Again, he's been so strong, it's crazy to me to say that this is his second Capcom Cup, but like he is a good ass player. And so he is definitely going to be one of the biggest threats to make it out of this pool. One of the people that's going to be standing in his way, and probably the biggest wild card of this pool, and it's crazy to call him a wild card, but I'm not calling him a wild card because you know, he's a wild card. I'm calling him a wild card because he wild. He is wild, and that is Noah the Prodigy. One of the only Lukes in this tournament. One of the only Lukes, and he doesn't need a secondary. He is just Luke and Luke alone. And this man, I have said in a previous stream here that he is probably the one player nobody wants in their pool because he has the potential to just destroy everybody. It is so scary to fight this guy. And one of the reasons why I said so, I say this, is because you can't practice against him. I mentioned that there's barely any Lukes in this tournament. I think there's one other Luke main in this tournament. Luke is not exactly the strongest character. He's a very good fundamental character, but I guarantee you, none of these Luke players play Luke anywhere close to how Noah the Prodigy plays, right? And Noah the Prodigy, such a strong player, and because he's so capable of just going wild at you, Peter says it in the chat, he doesn't really have anything to lose, and so that's kind of almost more scary, right? Like, I mean, literally the way he plays by burning himself all the time, it really does feel like he's like a, you know, an animal with his back against the wall. Like, that's it. Like, it's now I get out of here by going as crazy as possible, or, you know, I lose to the other animal that's stalking me down. But yeah, this guy here is like, I can pick him as, I can predict him winning Capcom Cup, and I can predict him going 0-5 in pools. Like, that's how crazy it is. Like, he could do absolutely the best possible, and he could also do the absolute worst possible. The biggest advantage for him, oh God, this makes it so hard to pick this pool. The biggest advantage for him is that he is fighting a Kimberly, a Chun-Li, an Akuma, a Bison, and a Rashid. Noah the Prodigy, his biggest weakness is Ken. If you look at all the tournaments that he's been in recently, at Genesis, he lost to Enzo the Hokage, a Ken player. At EWC, he lost to 2 Ken players over there. Xiao Hai used Ken, and then, God, what was the Japanese players? The Japanese Ken player. Japanese Ken player. The really good one that begins with an R. His handle begins with an R, and all I can think of is the name of animes in my head right now. Ryukichi beat him at EWC. So, Ken is his weakness, and he doesn't have a Ken in his way here. He has no Kens in his way. So this is going to be a terrifying thing. Now, somebody says that his biggest weakness is JB. I mean, in this pool, clearly, for sure, because Rashid is strong and JB is strong. And so, yeah, this one is tough, because when you actually look at this pool overall, Salty Kid, C Anik, NL, GranTODAKAI, JB, and Noah the Prodigy, you know, not having a Ken in this pool is what makes it so that perhaps I would pick Noah and make it out of this. Because I don't think there's a lot of people who are going to be able to stop him here. And I like Stan's little point over here. Yeah, his burnout play gets his opponents to respond predictably. It's weird, like, when he gets in burnout, like, people try to take advantage of it. But, like, because of that, like, he knows that you're going to try to play certain ways, and so he can stop that. And the craziest thing about it is if you try not to play that way, that means you're playing normal, and that means you're not taking advantage of the burnout, right? Like, you just don't get a chance to take advantage of the burnout. And so you're really losing an opportunity. When a character gets burned out, like this is not City of the Wolves kind of style here from what we've learned during the beta. When you get burned out in this game, like you are in trouble. It sucks, right? Like even in something like City of the Wolves, when you overheat, like you can still kind of fight. We'll see what happens when the game comes out. But yeah, like you need to take advantage of when someone burns out because that's like half the game, right? Like you're trying to make them burn out. You're trying to manage their drive gauge and then Noah's doing half the work for you and then you can't take advantage of it. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. So yeah, it makes people try to be a little more aggressive. However, since I'm picking 3 people out, oh God. Okay, you know what? The 2 people I'm predicting are going to make it out of here are JB and Noah the Prodigy. Mostly because the other player that I think has the best chance to make it out would be NL, of course. I know NL, his weakness is that he is you can't see it on stream, and you don't really catch it, but I've seen it. NL is a very emotional player. And fighting against a player like Noah the Prodigy could potentially rattle him hard. Because there could be a potential that Noah like 6-0 rounds, against NL. And that'll hurt NL, like especially the worse it gets, right? So it's gonna be a tough situation for him. Oh, so he does look stressed. Okay. So a lot of people actually think he does look stressed. I am not as familiar with C Anik, and because someone in the chat saying like they would have C Anik coming out of there, and I'm sure he's a very, very strong player. The biggest weakness is that this is his first Capcom Cup, and that really throws people off. Then people are going to ask, well, why don't you say the same thing about Noah? It's his first Capcom Cup as well. Dude, does anything look like it rattles Noah? Has anything ever rattled Noah the Prodigy? I don't think so. So I think he'll be fine. I think he'll be fine. In Group C, we have GGHalibel from Germany. Back-to-back Capcom Cups for him. He made it out here last year, and he's made it out here again. So that's really awesome to see. And, he made it out from the finals of the World Warrior as well. And last year, if I'm not mistaken, he didn't do particularly well in his... Actually, you know what? Let me grab the Wikipedia page because I can see exactly how everybody did at last year's Capcom Cup. So, Capcom World Tour. Oops! I spelled that wrong, but you know what? They're good about that and helping me with that. So let's do the Capcom Cup X. If I'm not mistaken, I think he went 0-5 in his pool, or oh no, actually he did really well. He went 2-3 in his pool. I remember like that particular pool, there was one player I felt bad for going 0-5, but it was not Halibel. So he actually went 2-3. Okay, so he did really well. He did really well last year. So he has that experience, and I think that's going to help him. I think that's going to be a good weapon for him. And he's got a good slew of characters. Now, most of his wins and tournament performance has been with Ken, so I'm expecting him to be a Ken main. But he also has an Akuma and a Cammy that I've seen him bust out at tournaments. That is a good set of characters to have. Like, I personally have Akuma kind of like at 5th or 6th place, So that is a very, very strong set of characters. Jelly Jam saying that he also has a Zangief and a Manon. The likely chances of those characters coming out probably pretty low, but because if you have Ken, Cammy, and Akuma, you're kind of covered in a lot of ways. So I think I'm expecting him maybe to kind of pull a lot of upsets here. He's going to be dangerous. He's going to be dangerous to fight in this pool. Again, a lot of strong people in every pool. And so, like, would I expect him to make it out of this pool? I mean, given, like I said, the logic and seeing who else is in this pool, hard for me to say that, he is going to be one of the players that make it out of his pool. But I really do think, even if he doesn't make it out of the pool, he has a very, very strong potential to affect who actually makes it out of the pool. So that's the cool thing about this kind of tournament. Even if you don't make it out of the pool, you can certainly affect, the tournament in these kind of round robin situations like this. As strong as everybody is here, I really do think he can beat anybody in this pool. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see how HGHalibel does. Oh, by the way, HGHalibel, I did mention from Germany, right? I did mention that. Okay. Yes, from the Germany region. And of course, JabhiM from South Africa. Like a lot of people are like, oh, I'm not familiar with this player. You should be. This is his third Capcom Cup in a row. Okay. He is like clearly been the strongest player from the South Africa region for a very, very long time. And there's been a lot of videos of like people talking about the Africa FGC and stuff. I've been talking a lot about that, when Verix, won Arc World Tour and such and Guilty Gear Strive last year. Africa has a lot of strong players, and JabhiM from South Africa, clearly the strongest one, and has made it out 3 years running. However, the one thing that I'm really excited about here and could kind of throw a wrench here is that I've seen this on Twitter. A lot of people are talking about, characters that are underrated and might be better than we all think and might be pretty scary. JabhiM, his main, is Terry Bogard. Let's go. Are you okay? Let's go. JabhiM's main currently is Terry Bogard. And again, Terry Bogard might be better than we all think. He's just been out the second, shortest time period, not counting Mai, right? Like, not counting Mai, he's been out the least longest. So, like, he's still a very unknown factor, honestly. So I think JabhiM can really cause some damage. Like, he can scare a lot of people in there, especially if they're not quite ready on fighting against Terry Bogard. Because again, that's a character that like name the best Terry Bogards on the planet right now. If you were going into the Capcom Cup and you're like, ooh, I'm in Pool C. Let me practice against Terry Bogard. Who are you gonna call? Who are you gonna call? Kind of a tough situation here. And again, absolutely valid strategy. This is how I played all of Super Turbo. I used to get away with playing the worst character in the game because nobody knew how to fight Cammy. Nobody knew how to fight Cammy. So like in Super Turbo tournaments, like I think Honda is one of Cammy's absolute worst matchups. I think that matchup is like 9-1 in favor of Honda. Yet I can say that I have beat more Hondas in Super Turbo tournaments than Hondas have beaten me. Because they don't know the matchup. They just don't know the matchup. Because how many times do you fight a Cammy that knows what they're doing in Super Turbo? It's more often now, thanks to Fightcade and just the new generation of people discovering Super Turbo. But back in the day, like when I was playing a lot, nobody knew how to fight Cammy. Like nobody knew how to fight him. And so JabhiM could come in here with his Terry Bogard and do just as much damage with Terry from people not being used to that character. The only thing that's going against him is the rest of this pool is frightening. Kakeru, like I said, weird enough, this is his first Capcom Cup. He really just played in a bunch of Last Chance qualifiers. And yes, this is counting when he was going by the handle of Uzura, but now he's Kakeru. So that might be his real name. I'm not actually 100% sure. But again, Kakeru, dabbled around a lot because JP got nerfed. Kakeru started switching around. He went to Akuma. He went to a bunch of different characters. But then they rebuffed JP and Kakeru went back. And again, it's just one of those situations, seeing Kakeru play all those different characters is like, for sure he's very good. But like something about JP just like clicks with him. it's great watching his JP again. And I think his JP is really, really strong. And so I think there's a good chance we're going to see a lot of his JP at this tournament, and especially given some of the matchups he has over here. I mean, he doesn't have to worry about like any crazy rush down character. I mean, Ken actually is kind of, it's a little rough against JP. Like, I don't see that one having a great advantage one over the other, but he's got a Zangief in his pool. He's got a couple of Kens, etc., etc. So I think Kakeru going with JP for majority of these matches, I think will serve him very, very well. And again, I'm really happy because, you know, yes, was everybody annoyed by JP before? Yeah, but like, I didn't want to nerf him to the point where all the JP players quit him. So the rebuffs make me really happy to see all these guys going back to JP. And again, Kakeru, clearly world-class player. Like, clearly this guy, super, super good. So this is his first Capcom Cup. And so, like I said, that might make him a little nervous. But, you know, he won the first, you know, precursor to EWC. It wasn't called EWC, but he won that tournament. He's won so many tournaments. So, like, you know, he's not going to get intimidated by the stage factor. He could be intimidated by that this is Capcom Cup factor. That is a way that he could psych himself out, but I really doubt that's going to happen. This could be a really, really important tournament for him. If he can get in the top 16 and, you know, potentially just start beating up on people on the way out, you know, and get really far in this tournament, like, this could be a really, really important tournament for him. I would love to see him do very, very well in this tournament. But again, you know, I'm that guy who I always want to see everybody doing well, because I'm the dad that wants, can't everybody just tie? And, you know, obviously Zangief Bolado from Brazil, it's, I mean, like, again, I'm a grappled player. I love Zangief, so it's hard for me not to root for Zangief. And Zangief Bolado is awesome. He's cool. I've rated his streams a bunch of times. He's rated my stream a couple of times. And, like, you know, he's a really, really cool player. And this is his first Capcom Cup as well. But Brazil is a very, very strong scene. And Zangief, again, is one of those characters that's just really scary. Like, you don't even have to have a bad day. If you just have a mildly unfortunate day, Zangief could destroy you. And that's the thing that makes this character scary. Why he is good, but not, like, top tier. But, like, he can win. He clearly can win. And, you know, Zangief's have all sorts of different play styles, too. So if you're not used to his play style, it's going to be kind of a scary thing. The biggest thing going against him really is the fact that Kakeru is in this pool with the JP. But as I've always said, you know, what's the matchup you study the most, that you practice the most? The matchup that supposedly is terrible for you. And so, you know, Zangief Bolado might actually be good at fighting against JP. So, you know, it might not even be a foregone conclusion. But, you know, just excited because, again, Brazil, I might only be 1 year, but, like, during Street Fighter 4 through Street Fighter 5, Brazil has managed to make every Capcom Cup. Like, there's not been a single Capcom Cup where Brazil didn't make. And also, they kept increasing the number of the players. The first time a Brazilian made it was 1. Next time, I think there was 2 Brazilian players. And then the next year after that was 3 Brazilian players. And just, like, they kept growing. And I think finally, like, there was 1 year where a Brazilian player didn't manage to make it. But Brazil as a presence in the Capcom Cup is as, like, I would almost say, like, this is totally unfair comparison. But, like, I think Brazil as a whole has made more Capcom Cups than, like, Tokido, right? Like again, it's unfair to compare one person to a whole country. I'm just making the point because Tokido's obviously been to a crap ton of Capcom Cups. But, you know, the fact that Brazil makes it year after year after year is really, you know, impressive. The scene is so strong. Wait, what are you talking about, villager? Or villager? Or if it is Portuguese, I can't, I don't know. Like, I have no Portuguese pronunciation. If it's Spanish, I can at least try. Yeah, I mean, I have it listed down as his name being Antonio. So you're saying he pissed off Mena, or did Mena piss off Bolado? But again, Zangief is a dangerous character all the time. So very, very strong player. Noah the Prodigy as the player you don't want to run into. Zangief is kind of the character that you just don't want to run into. Like, even though I can fight Zangief when I play online, every time I run into one, I'm like, oh God, I don't want to fight this fight, because Kimberly versus Zangief kind of sucks. Until someone actually pointed out a really cool thing that I didn't know worked. And since then, the fight's been a little easier, but it's still an annoying fight. Zangief is the character that you don't want to run into. Number 5 in this pool, however, player waiting to make that big breakout tournament. And that, of course, is Mr. Duel Kevin. Oh, I see. Bolado kind of means angry Zangief. Nice. Okay. Got it. Thank you to Villager and Feornellas. I don't know in Portuguese if the double L does that as well. I'm assuming that you guys are from Brazil and speak Portuguese. So I can't. I don't want to mispronounce things because I like trying to pronounce things correctly. But Brazil gets me all the time because I don't know how to pronounce things in Portuguese. But Duel Kevin, I mean, what a year last year. Like I said, I had him in one of my top 5 players last year. He's been playing amazing. But the problem is, like, let me just do this. Let me pull this up really quick. Because I did this before, and I want to do this again here. Where are we? What pool am I in? Oh, this was last year's Capcom Cup. Oh God, I was so confused. I was like, why can't I find him? Okay, because this was last year's Capcom Cup, because I was looking at that for the... Okay. I was so confused. I was like, am I making a mistake here? Oh my God, what am I doing? Capcom Cup 11 last year. I'm sorry, this year. This is Capcom Cup 11. If I go to Duel Kevin's results here, I mean, again, you know, at Frosty Fausting, second place to Noah the Prodigy. He definitely has a problem fighting Noah the Prodigy. You know, in the where he qualified in the Midwest is that he beat Just a Kid to qualify. But second place at Blink Respawn to Noah the Prodigy. Third place at East Coast Throwdown to Idom. Third place at DreamHack Atlanta. He got eliminated by Noah the Prodigy. First place at F2 Con, but that was very small tournament there. Cream City Convergence, he was second place to Mena RD. Like, you can clearly see that he is always finishing second place or third place. He's always, like, you know, someone mentioned it. The quote that I always give is, you know, always a bridesmaid, but never a bride. That is an old quote about always getting second place, right? You're always the maid of honor, but you're never actually the bride, right? And so that's kind of the situation for Duel Kevin here. He is just waiting to have like a crazy breakout tournament. And, you know, once he does, he will join, you know, the punks and the knuckle dudes and stuff in that echelon of being clearly one of the best. He is also a Rashid player, and Rashid is really good. Most people will tell you Rashid is #1 in the game. Surprisingly, a lot of people still say Ed is like really up there, because I thought the nerf to Psycho Snatcher was gonna murder him, but he's still fine, which is really cool. No, I mean, I don't think it's the killer instinct that he's missing, J-Ro. I wouldn't say it's the killer instinct, but a little bit more of the clutch factor. And, you know, they're kind of the same thing, but not really. Clutch factor is more just like you know how to take any situation and figure out how to win, and you do it. Killer instinct is like, I will not let you win. I'm going to kill you, right? Like, and so I think Duel Kevin has that. He has the killer instinct to beat a lot of these players. He just doesn't quite have that clutch factor. And I think that's the thing that's holding him back. But this would be a great tournament to, have his breakout here. Like, I don't know if you would call how old he is. Like, he's almost 30. So, I wouldn't necessarily say that he's in the late 20s. I don't consider that young I consider that young for me. But, like, I don't consider that young in terms of fighting game age. Although, I will say, looking at the ages here, the ages do skew a little bit higher, and that's because of experience and such. So, yeah, and seriously, the transition coming from Marvel, like, is really impressive. But, I mean, the fact that he was winning with Hawkeye, who wasn't, like, a Marvel character, but, like, you don't think, like, that kind of zoning works as well in Marvel games, but he made it work, which really just showed that, his fundamentals and his footsies and his neutral was really strong. And so his ability to transition over to Street Fighter, I mean, when you think of it that way, it's like, yeah, of course he was going to be good at Street Fighter. But also in this pool, alongside Duel Kevin, is Tokido. And God, I love this picture, dude. Look at this picture. Oh my God. And interestingly enough, if it wasn't for the last few years, Tokido at one point was like, no Tokido, no Capcom Cup. And, I mean, when you look at his history, he made Capcom Cup in 2013. This is during Street Fighter 4, mind you. He did miss 2014, but then he was in 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He made Capcom Cup 5 years in a row, and then since that has struggled a little bit because 2019 is actually the last Capcom Cup he made. So this is his first return to Capcom Cup in quite some time. But, for a while, I was thinking maybe it was character crisis a little bit or just like, having... But then at the Japan premiere, that's how he qualified. Clearly, as you can see here, he got first place. I mean, he played out of his mind. And, he ended up beating his teammate, Lashar. And Lashar... people have been talking about as, like, seriously one of the strongest players. I remember Lashar made it out of the pool of death last year when nobody picked him because nobody knew who Lashar was. They were like, oh, Mena's in this pool? Like there's a bunch of crazy people in this pool. And, Mena and Lashar were the ones that made it out. Who was in that pool exactly? Let me see if I can get the list over here again. Yeah, it was Lashar, Mena RD, Angry Bird, Nero the Boxer, Kaba, and Ending Walker. That was the pool. And Lashar is the one who made it out on the winner's side. He had the best record. Both Lashar and Mena RD went 4-1. And so he actually ended up making it out of the pools in the top spot, which forced Mena RD into the loser's bracket of the top 16, which is, a significantly more difficult run, and ended up losing to Fudo. So if it wasn't for Lashar, like, Mena RD could have actually won last year, and my gaffe earlier would have actually been correct. But again, Tokido, very, very strong player. I love how he looked at the Japan premiere. And, Ken is a character who managed to get away from getting nerfed, And so, like, I think Ken is really strong. I do think he's legit third best character in the game right now. Very, very strong character. And so, it's so hard for me to talk about Tokido because I can't be unbiased. I love Tokido. I love Tokido. I just think he's awesome. I've been watching him for so many games at this point. I just think he's so cool. And he's just fun to hang around with and talk to. Like, you know, like, it's hard for me not just to be here and like, I want Tokido to kick butt. Let's go, Tokido. You know, like, it's hard. You're right. It's hard not to be biased. It's hard to be unbiased. You're right. It's very hard not to be biased when it comes to Tokido. I mean, did he make me cry? Did I cry because I was biased? Not, well, partially, because I was obviously very happy for him. But he made me cry when he said fighting games are something so great. Okay, that ruined me. So like I said, he bodied me and I wasn't even playing in the tournament. But again, it's hard for me not to root for him. So it's just like again, 3 games now. Street Fighter 4, Street Fighter 5, Street Fighter 6. That is a crazy transition, especially going from 4 to 5. That is not an easy transition. If you are a 4 player, there is a very high chance that you struggled in 5, because 4 and 5 are very different games. And somehow Tokido just like some of the players, like I'll name some players, like, you know, Daigo, even Justin Wong, like Street Fighter 5 was a little difficult for them at first, right? Like Daigo in his first year, you know, was kind of sketchy. Like it wasn't going so great for him until he was like, oh, I get 5 now. And so he got a lot better. Justin, when he got his hands on Manon, when Manon came out, like that helped him a lot. But Tokido was good in Street Fighter 5 like the entire time, dude. It was kind of crazy. This guy is just, he's so good. He's so good. And like I said, it's hard for me not just to be like, yeah, let's go Tokido. Let's go Tokido. In this pool, we got GGHalibel, JabhiM, Kakeru, Zangief, Bolado, Duel, Kevin, and Tokido. Oh, God. Like, dude, don't make me pick this pool. Like, a bunch of my favorite guys are here, and it's going to hurt me to pick some of them not making it out. Honestly, though, like, I will pick Tokido making it out through heart bias and through logic, because Tokido is just really strong. But that's the only thing I can really go with. Like, who is going to be the wild card, and who's the other person that makes it out? You know, like, part of me is scared because I'm worried for Duel Kevin, because he still doesn't have that major tournament win. And, you know, this season might not be his season. Like, he was clearly amazing this season, one of the best and most consistent, and the highest argument for, please let us go back to a point system. But, you know, I don't know. I can't say that this is going to be his Capcom Cup yet. Obviously, I'd love for Duel Kevin to make it out, because, I love Duel Kevin. Like, I love how he plays. Every time I talk to him, I just love the mentality he has, the personality, and, you know, I love that storyline of the Marvel to Street Fighter transition, etc., etc. And again, like, I just think he's such a cool player, and I admire his strength, his growth, his work ethic, and everything like that. Do I put him in the wild card? Like, or do I feel like this is going to be a Japan bracket and Tokido and Kakeru are making it out? I probably would put Tokido and Kakeru making it out. And for the wild card, like, I'm actually split between Duel Kevin and JabhiM. Like, I feel like JabhiM, like JabhiM is literally the definition of a wild card. Terry Bogard, 3rd Capcom Cup in a row. Like, yeah, okay, he's from South Africa, might not be the strongest of regions, but he's just an unknown factor. Like, I feel like he could just mess up a bunch of people, honestly. So Tokido, Kakeru, and then I'm cheating. There's 2 wild cards. So, you know, like, this sucks for Zangief, Bolado, and Halibel. Like, does that mean, oh, these guys, dude, I hate it. It's like trying to pick my favorite child. You know what? We're moving on to the next pool. All right, next pool, Pool D. We start with Broski with the absolute upset. Defeating Ending Walker in the World Warrior Finals, in Grand Finals. It is Broski who has made it so that Ending Walker did not make it back to Capcom Cup this year. So if you haven't been keeping track of everything and you're like, wait, Ending Walker didn't make it? This is the man here who did that. It was a wonderful, wonderful match. And I'm super happy for Broski. And I'm super happy for him because he's also an Aki player. And I think Aki is the coolest. I think Aki is just the coolest. But yeah, so in the UK Ireland region, he made it through. And again, the craziest thing about the UK Ireland scene is that Ending Walker's not in, and Problem X isn't in. So spoilers, Ending Walker and Problem X, who are largely considered to be the two best players in the UK, did not qualify for Capcom Cup this year. This is how crazy it was, right? It's not like they lost to a bunch of schmucks or something, like something random happened. Like, that's just, there's so many good players these days. Problem X, I mean, a lot of it too, I think, was also character crisis kind of thing. Obviously, he was super happy to get Bison because he loves that character. And, you know, and clearly, like, Bison is strong, but also Bison is not strong in that, you know, you can get messed up a lot. I think it was at East Coast Throwdown where he got knocked into loser's bracket by Marine playing Manon. And, you know, it's just one of those situations that, you know, yeah, Manon is not a strong character, but if Manon gets on you and now you have to guess between strike or throw, whatever like that, and Bison has no really good way out of that situation. And Marine is also known basically for like weirdly guessing right every single time. Like, yeah, it's a kind of a tough situation. And after that tournament, Problem X was like, I gotta learn somebody else to get me through the beginning of pools. While I think Bison is obviously very good at getting you through pools, but you know, you can run into a player that knows what they're doing and then just it falls apart, right? So it's like, it's tough. It's tough. But, you know, okay, so that's cool, David. Like, I was actually going to say something about that too, is that, you know, Bison's obviously new and, you know, he might not be as familiar or like gelling with this Bison as he'd like, but David in the chat says, Problem was streaming on Twitch today and said he's finally clicked with Bison, so now he's ready going forward. That's awesome. I'm really, really happy to see that. Yeah, so Problem X and Ending Walker skipped a couple of World Warriors to go play in Japan. And, you know, you want, like, a lot of people are like, well, that bit him in the ass or whatever like that, but like, I don't think that's a fair way to look at it. You know what I mean? Like, it was a smart decision. But as a result, Broski and Lex ended up with the highest points. And so spoilers, Lex was the first qualifier, and then Broski ended up beating Ending Walker. Problem X actually didn't place very well in the tournament, in the World Warrior at all, because he just didn't play in a lot of them. It was just unfortunate that it happened that way. But you know, Problem X is not a person I'm worried about. He'll come back strong. He'll come back. He'll be back next year, especially if what David says is true, and he's really, really kind of clicked with Bison now. Because a Problem X that's clicked with Bison is scary. Oh man. And then from I believe he is from Singapore. Bravery here. And the crazy thing about it is, remember, this is the region with Cien, and Bravery is the one that made it out by points in their World Warrior, in their super region. So Bravery made it out of Korea. He is a Cammy player, and he is a very scary Cammy player. Man. Oh, I see what you're saying. So David says that, you know, Lex clearly had the most points, and so they were like, we're not worried about getting the points to qualify because, you know, Lex definitely has the advantage there. So we'll just win it by getting into the finals, you know, and win it from there. Unfortunately, that means only one of them was going to make it, and then in the end, neither of them made it. So that is definitely a tough situation. But again, Bravery, very, very strong player from Singapore. And like I said, actually outpointed Cien from this region. And again, strong Cammy player. This is his third Capcom Cup in a row, actually. So 2024, 2023, and 2022. So clearly, you know, very, very strong player from this region, always representing Singapore very, very well. And I'm sure, you know, Cien probably had no problem losing out on points to him because, you know, Cien's whole goal was to raise the strength of that region. And so, you know, if a player like Bravery can get this strong and make it to Capcom Cup year after year after year, that's got to make Cien really, really happy. And again, Cammy, very scary character. And, you know, like I said, Cammy doesn't have a lot of shenanigans. She's very fundamental based. But that also kind of means that the Cammys that you fight against can vary kind of wildly. Like, I don't think anybody plays Cammy like Punk does, right? Like, I don't think anybody plays Cammy. Like, Punk, like, I'm not even sure if he's using Cammy. Like, he's using character archetype with really good normals. Like, there's nothing the way that Punk plays Cammy, in my opinion, that's like very distinctively Cammy, you know, in some weird way. But again, like, it's yeah. So like, Comrade Tyrone is saying that like Bravery's Cammy is wild, and that's kind of like, that's what I always feel like the takeaway from him is. It's like he is. I don't have his age, but I'm pretty sure he's pretty young. And so, like, I always make the joke: when you're young, you're not scared. You don't know you don't know fear yet. And so, like, a Cammy that kind of goes ham is very terrifying to use, to fight against, I should say. Yeah, right. Punk is still just using SF5 Karin, right? Exactly. The way he plays Cammy, like, he doesn't play Cammy. He just plays footsie character archetype, you know, and. The reason why I think Cammy's so strong and for him is because Cammy does have some of the best normals in the game. Like, her set of moves make her standing light punch the most dangerous standing light punch in the game. Her standing light punch is absolutely just like to master Cammy, to be one of the best Cammys, you have to learn how to use standing light punch to the highest possibility. Because there are so very, very few ranges that a counter hit stand light punch does not link into crouching medium punch into drill, or standing light kick into drill. Having that standing light punch is, she's so scary because of that button. Jeez. I still think Cammy's set of normals might outdo Chun-Li a little bit. I agree with you, John the Automaton, that Chun-Li's normal set is very strong. But Cammy's is just like, I mean, the standing medium kick, the crouching medium kick, the sweep. So one of Chun-Li's biggest weaknesses is that her sweep has less range than most sweeps in this game. Whereas weirdly enough, Cammy's sweep, which has historically always had shorter range than her crouching medium kick, actually reaches farther than her crouching medium kick this time. It was always confusing to me to watch Punk play and Punk actually sweep people with Cammy all the time. And I was like, why doesn't he just do low forward into drill? Because if sweep connects, then clearly low forward. And I was still stuck in old Cammy mindset. Like, no, Cammy's crouching heavy kick actually has more range now. It's crazy. And then another Asian player who's been doing really well, VxBao. Remember, I think it was the last year of Street Fighter V that Mena RD won. Everybody was talking about DCQ, you know, but when the China players were coming over, they're like, no, actually, the scariest guy is VxBao. This is the guy you have to be worried about. Nobody knows him, but he's really good. And, you know, sure enough, he surprised a lot of people. Of course, the biggest surprise turned out to be Zen, who got second place at that tournament, you know, was also part of that China team, even though Zen had lived in Canada for so long. I remember talking to him and he started speaking English and I'm like, wait, your English is really good. Why am I trying to speak Chinese to you? But VxBao, very good player. And He also uses M. Bison, but he has a Cammy as well. So VxBao is, I mean, this guy is very, very strong. And, you know, unfortunately, did have to basically gatekeep DCQ. And VxBao and DCQ, very good friends, very good training partners. It did end up beating DCQ in their World Warrior finals. So unfortunately, DCQ isn't in Capcom Cup this year, but I'm sure DCQ is rooting for VxBao and will give him all the training he can possibly help him with. So I'm, you know, VxBao, definitely a very strong player. And honestly, if you look through, like, this is the pool that I think is the hardest to call. I really do think this is the hardest to call. You have a young player like Blaz coming in here, 15 years old, I think. 15 years old? Oh, man. Oh, so Tyrone is saying that the grand finals between VxBao and DCQ in their region was great. DCQ was winning until VxBao hit up Shanghai for tips. Really? Oh my God. Oh, dude. Oh yeah, I saw that, Mike Lee. I saw that actually. Yeah, but you know, VxBao clearly can use all the characters. Cause yeah, that's right. He does have an Ed. He does have an Ed. That's right. I should add that in there. I think it was during ECW he played a lot of Ed, right? If I'm not mistaken, he was playing a lot of Ed there. But yeah, he plays everybody. He plays everybody. Ani in the chat saying that Blaz plays like 10 characters. Obviously, Blaz is from Chile, which is also where Ani is from. And so, you know, she'll know a lot more about him as a player. But again, 15 years old. And his main character is Ed. I know he's played Ken as a backup character. He won a weekly with Jamie out of nowhere. Oh, man. Yeah, someone actually told me that. I mean, 15 years old, he's so good. Like, he did really well at Blink Respawn and just, like, started beating up a bunch of people. And so he's kind of a scary opponent to go up against because, you know, even though you're young, when you're young like this, you know, a situation like this can either be way more intimidating because they're young or not intimidating at all because you're young. So, oh, okay, they both use joystick. Got it. If he got sponsored by a team. Oh yeah, because he's part of I think a team is called like Black Esports or something like that. So yeah, it's definitely Black Blaz. But yeah, it would have been awesome if it was a blue team, so he would have been Blue Blaz. That actually would have been funny instead of Blaze Blue. But yeah, this guy, I mean, like, another one of those, like, you want to call someone a wild card. This is a wild card right here. But Idom is in this pool. And, you know, a lot of people are going to be like, oh, whatever, Idom, like, he's not good at this game, and his character sucks. And, dude, I mean, he's been winning a lot of things recently. Got second place, like I said, at, not ECW, ECT. He got second place only to Itabashi Zangief. He just won Genesis to qualify for Red Bull Kumite in Paris. And, dude, I mean, this guy, like, yeah, Manon's not a great character, but, you know, his crazy run at EVO where he got second place to Kawano was just basically him being right all the time. And, you know, even if you're using a crappy character, if you're right all the time, you will win, right? Now, the whole concept of, you know, matchups and why you're a good character or you're not is because, you know, if you guess right, you have to guess right more often because you don't do enough damage, or, like, you know, none of the, like, a good character can put in a situation where they have a 50% chance to be right and a 50% chance to be wrong, or even a 33% chance to be right and a 67% chance to be wrong. Bad characters are like, well, I'm right if I guess right. Like I have a 10% chance or 15% or a 20% chance. And, like, that's, like, the best that I have. So, you know, Manon's kind of in that situation. Doesn't matter if you do just guess right every single time. And that is literally the power of Idom. his play and complaining are both at high levels now. I mean, again, it's tough because, like, it's interesting because Idom, obviously he's good at the studying part and the frame data part of 5 and 6, but Idom is an old school fighting game player at heart. This is a heart player. Idom is 100% a heart player. So the characters that he used, even my tenant Olaf said that he picked Poison in 5 because she didn't have to play Street Fighter 5, right? And the way that Idom played Laura, he didn't have to play Street Fighter 5. And so Idom was able to find characters that kind of, allowed him to avoid having to play the Street Fighter 5 hardcore, the hardcore Street Fighter 5 meta, And the problem is, in this game, he hasn't found the character that's allowed him to, quote unquote, not play Street Fighter 6, right? Especially Manon, because Manon is like the worst at playing Street Fighter 6, but doesn't have anything else to make up for it. But again, he's really good. And is Punk a heart player? It's so hard to say because his success in 5 and 6 would definitely dictate that he is a mind player that can study a lot, but he's just really good at making decisions. And it's really just that Punk is really good at forcing the situations. And in fact, Street Fighter V ended up the way that it ended up being played because of Punk. I've famously said many times that Street Fighter V is just Punk Fighter V. He just might be a player that kind of encompasses like a lot of the features, like a lot of the strengths kind of equally. Or Punk is just a player that is so strong that he ignores the way that a game's supposed to be played. Like, he's the kind of guy who can jump into the games and play how he wants to play it. He can force Punk style into the game and maybe even bypass what the game is supposed to be played like, basically. So, I almost said he likes JP and watching JP, so I don't get why he doesn't use him more. Oh, David. I love Idom to death. I love Idom to death. So I always hate making fun of him for anything. For anything. So Punk knew his stuff. He studied all the situations. Yeah, very much so. Yeah. But David, there are definitely 2 reasons why he doesn't use JP more often. But Idom definitely is going to be a scary person in this tournament to fight against. But as I said earlier, Armperor lost in a tournament to NL, but then Armperor actually went to Kings of the World and actually won that tournament there. South Korean player Armperor, who plays Ken, and took first place over Kills You. And this is going to be his first. This is going to be his first Capcom Cup. But, like I said, very strong player here from South Korea. And getting second place in South Korea to NL and then traveling over to the Kings of the World and taking that tournament, which was, more stacked than normal because it was essentially the last chance to qualify for Capcom Cup. And Armperor taking that says a lot, dude. Says a lot. What's up, Snake? How's it going? Good to see you as well. But Punk is, it's so true. Punk is really good at pattern recognition, says Tyrone in the YouTube chat. And that is the thing. Like, he's so good at reading what people do. That's why Cammy works so well with him, because he's Mr. Fundamental. And not only that, but, that's why he can, break through whatever the game is supposed to be played. Because, being an emotional player doesn't necessarily mean that you're a heart player. Punk is an emotional player, but it is very hard. But like Tuhalu actually says, he did study a lot. He knew more about the game than a lot of other people did. and he understood kind of like the frame situation really well. And like I said, we only ended up playing Street Fighter V the way we did because of Punk. I mean, Capcom literally had to balance the game around what Punk turned the game into. A lot of the balance changes in Street Fighter V were we changed the window of this move to be cancelable in a 17 frame window, or we changed this move from an 18 frame window down to a 14 frame window because they didn't want you to single hit confirm it. Like, I literally didn't believe you could single hit confirm stuff. Like, the way that Punk was doing it, like, I still remember commentating one time and I was like, there's no way he can be doing this. Like, you can't single hit confirm a normal cancel like this. Like, it's just not possible. And he was doing it. And later on, like, when I talked to him, he was like, yeah, I'm hit confirming it. And I was like, there's no way. There's no way. So yeah, he's crazy. And so Capcom literally was balancing the game around what he turned it into. It's crazy. Yeah, but Armperor, definitely a potential threat here for this tournament. Potential threat for this pool. So again, like, I mean, this is a crazy pool. This is a crazy pool. Broski, Bravery, VxBao, Blaz, Idom, and Armperor. Who do you pick to make it out of there? Everybody in this pool has a reason that they can make it out of this pool and a reason that they might not make it out of this. Actually, the craziest thing about this pool, so like I said, every pool has like that one person you're like, well, I'm not sure who this is. You know, like, oh, they're coming from, I'm not familiar with them. Like, this pool, like, you know, everybody in here, they're all super good. I really don't know. I mean, look, as I said earlier, like, I was totally biased for Tokido, and, you know, there's nothing you can do about it. So I totally get it. You know, you calling Blaz to be able to make it out of there because, you know, that's your country mate. So of course you want Blaz to make it out of there. And of course you believe that Blaz will make it out of there because you've also seen Blaz play all the time. So you know how good he is. Dude, this one is just a dice toss, man. I don't pick Idom to choke. I just pick Idom to be like playing, and then like he'll lose one match in a way that really annoys him, and he'll just be like, this game sucks. And then like he won't even try. He won't even try afterwards. Oh God, we got an Idom subscriber here. Oh, there you go. Idom thoughts. Nice. Oh, man. That's the thing that's going to hurt Idom the most, is that I don't know if he's going to care enough to really give it his all. And again, he's obviously very capable of doing that. And so, yeah, like, who would I pick coming out of here? Like, Broski's really scary, but God, you know, like, Aki is clearly a strong character. I don't know if Aki is strong enough. Like, obviously, Broski was good enough to beat Ending Walker, but, you know, when you watch that tournament, when he beat Ending Walker, I mean, the way Broski was playing, I mean, he kept starting off kind of a little dot, and then he would just make the craziest comebacks. And so, like, you know, if Broski's playing like that all the time, yeah, like, he could easily make it out of this. Dude, I don't know. Dude, I mean, Idom has some bad matchups from Manon in that pool. I mean, there's not a lot of characters who aren't bad matchups for Manon, to be fair. But look, if I was going to pick anyone, like I said, I don't want to pick by heart. I'm going to pick by logic here. I will go. I would go with VxBao. And I want to put Bravery into the wild card slot. But the wild card slot really should be Idom, because if Idom, like people are saying he's motivated by hate, if Idom is motivated enough by hate, like he could easily win this pool. Or he could just be like, this game sucks, and that's the end, right? So, okay. Like, VxBao, dude, right? And dude, this pool is impossible. I quit. I'm not trying. Anyway, you know what? This is what I'll say about Group D, okay? Group D, I won't name any favorites, but I'll pick some wild cards, okay? I'll at least pick some wild cards. So in Group D, I think the wild cards that I would choose are Idom, Blaz, Bravery, VxBao, Armperor, and Broski. I think it's fair to say that those 6 are wild cards for that pool. I think that's a fair, I think that's a nice committing way to say who can make it out of this. Oops. How did that happen? Hey. How did that happen? What the heck? Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Okay, next pool, because the stream is going to go forever if I don't do this faster. Miss Monsieur Crimson. No, I can't do French accents very well. Look, I mean, I don't have to explain Mr. Crimson, right? I mean, like, this guy's Dhalsim was ridiculous. In 2022 Capcom Cup, he absolutely was just one of the most terrifying players there, because also Dhalsim was broken in Street Fighter V. And yes, I still stand by the fact that I think Dhalsim was better than Luke in Street Fighter V. He was just significantly harder to use, and that's the only difference here. But I also think that Dhalsim is very underrated in this game, but not underrated. He's underrated because I think he's going to get better, but I think from what we know of Dhalsim currently, that yes, he is in a spot where most people think he is. But if we never got any patches, like, I feel like Dhalsim just keeps getting stronger. Because Dhalsim is the kind of character that has a lot of options and a lot of weird things to do. Like, it's easy to look at Dhalsim and be like, we probably have only unlocked like 40% of Dhalsim. Or like a lot of other characters, we've unlocked like 80% of them, right? But the way Dhalsim plays with all the different weird craziness that he can do, there's probably some more wild stuff that we haven't found. And the stronger the other characters become, the more knowledge now Dhalsim has on how to fight them. Because again, Dhalsim is all about countering you. So, you can't counter a character if you don't know what their best options are. We're only 2 years into the game. And it's like this for Dhalsim in every game, right? Like, every game, people are like, oh, Dhalsim's not good. And then at the end, he turns out to be like one of the best characters. Like, what game is he not like one of the top characters in, right? He's one of the top in Super Turbo. He's one of the top in Alpha 3. He's one of the top in Street Fighter 5. Like, this character's ridiculous, dude. I hate Dhalsim, but I'm a Zangief user, so I'm allowed to hate him. The only thing going for Crimson in this pool is that there are 3 Eds in this pool, huh? I don't even know if I noticed. Oh my God, you're right. Holy crap. 4, he was strong. Dude, 4 for some reason is like one of the games that I feel like after we stopped commentating it, after they stopped running it, like, I've forgotten like so many of the matchups and tier placements of characters in 4. Like, for some reason, I'm like kind of messed up on that. Like, 4 kind of like disappeared from my head. Because I just wasn't, I probably wasn't so used to such a quick transition from one game to another. Like, I've never really kind of gone through that, so. No, he's not butt in Marvel 2. That is actually categorically false. The problem with MVC 2 is that the things that he is capable of is so hard for humans to do. But if you look up Magnetro Dhalsim video, he put the whole thing up on YouTube using a programmable controller, showing you like what an optimal Dhalsim can be like. Dhalsim is actually super scary. And even Justin was using Dhalsim and beating up a bunch of people when the collection came out. So Dhalsim is actually good in MVC2 because he's also, because the thing about it is he's like Magneto and Storm. He has flight. And so, like, flight automatically makes you a strong character. The three best characters in that game are Magneto, Storm, and Sentinel, right? They all can fight in the air. Dhalsim can do that too, but it's just that to get good at Dhalsim in MVC2 requires suffering so long until you really figure out what's going on. And it's painful. It's painful to do that. And nobody's taking the time to do it. But he's really annoying in MVC2 if you play him right. And he's really annoying in this game. Dude, there are sometimes I will fight against Dhalsim and I'm like, man, I can see why people say he sucks. And then there's sometimes I fought this character and I'm like, I freaking hate Dhalsim. He's the best character in this game. Delete him, please. Delete him, please. So, yeah. Crimson has a good chance coming in and really just ruining somebody's day. Really good chance. I don't know if Ani is still in the chat over here. She would be a really big help here, because I will say that Daver, I don't even know how to pronounce his name. Out of everybody in this tournament, he's probably like number one, number two player that I know the least. Like, I don't know anything about this guy except that he's from Chile. Wait, is he from Chile? He is from Chile, right? Did I put the wrong region that he's from? Oh, no, wait. I think he was the player that he's from Chile, but he's living in Spain right now. So he qualified from the Spain-Portugal region, and he did it by beating Samuel. And Samuel qualified last year, so that's very, very important. Okay, so you don't know who he is either. Okay, interesting. Okay, so he might have moved to Spain a long time ago, but he was born in Chile, but maybe didn't really get a chance to make a name for himself until he went to Spain. Okay, so you don't know much about him either. Yeah, honestly, I really don't know much. Oh, trust me. Again, that's where I got all my information from, is from that Wikipedia page. So yeah, that's where I got all the information that I got. And really, there's not much to go off of. Like, you literally look at all of his results, and it's just the World Warriors from last year and the World Warriors from this year. There's no record of him playing Street Fighter V at all. So I have no idea. I literally am not sure anything about him. He is just a mystery to me. In a way, like, does that make him one of the most dangerous players? For sure, but, you know, if he is really new into fighting games, I mean, this has got to be kind of a crazy situation for him, but I really hope that he has a really awesome time. I really hope he has an awesome time here and just, like, is able to get a couple of upset wins here, because that would be really, really sick. Oh, he did go to UFA. You're right. He did go to UFA. But he finished, you know, in the tied for 33rd, which of course is a bunch of players. I think it's like 16 players get tied for 33rd. But yeah, I really can't say much about this player, unfortunately. I wish I could say more. I wish I had, you know, more intimate knowledge of this player. But unfortunately, I was unable to collect any information before this time that I got on this stream. But also in this pool is Fudo. And again, I don't even know, like, how to talk about Fudo in a way that isn't just like, God, you guys know Fudo. Like, don't lie to me. You know Fudo. Come on. And the wildest thing about Fudo is that, along with one other player, they have the most Capcom Cup appearances out of everybody. So I talked about Cien earlier, you know, losing in points to Bravery, But he did end up winning the finals against Mind RPG of the Asia Southeast. So Cien qualified. Cien and Fudo have the most number of Capcom Cup appearances in this tournament at 8 each. And the craziest thing about it is that the qualifying years are 2023, 2019, 2018, 2017, 2016, 2015, 2014, 2013 for both players. So from Capcom Cup 2013 to 2019, they didn't miss a single Capcom Cup. They were in every Capcom Cup from 2013 to 2019. There was no Capcom Cup in 20 and 21. They both missed Capcom Cup 2022 and both made it back in 2023. That is crazy. So they have 8 appearances, and it is the exact same 8 years that they have. There is no such thing as a Capcom Cup where Fudo is there and there's no Cien, or Cien is there and there is no Fudo. Like, that is crazy. His main right now is for sure Ed. He's been playing a lot of Ed. I mean, he was the first player that I saw move from DJ to Ed, and I'm like, why would you do this? And then once we saw more of Ed, then I was like, oh, that's why. Oops. So I just looked at the YouTube chat again. Dude, Tyrone, the Street Fighter V, when it had that one patch where when he got hit out of float, it was a knockdown. Dude, all of the Dhalsims are like, well, rip our character. He did get a couple of buffs, and then they found out that V-Shift was actually really good for Dhalsim. And then Dhalsim became one of the best characters. Dude, and then of course, I can't read the name, it's in Japanese, says in the chat that Fudo has the toughest looking profile shot out of all the players, which is funny too, because Fudo is like the nicest looking kid like in the world. I called him kid, like he's not a kid, like he's one of the oldest players in this tournament, but you know, he is, he is just like, he looks like the most gentlest person in the world, so it's crazy. Yeah, not a kid. But again, it's like, I don't even know what to say about him. I mean, he won the World Warrior Finals, the actual bracket, by beating Momochi. He prevented Momochi from getting into Capcom Cup this year, and he did it with a nerfed Ed, and he looked ridiculous, dude. He looked ridiculous. And so, yeah, Fudo is going to be terrifying in this pool. Another player that I don't know anything about is Limestone. So from South America West, Limestone is from Colombia. He won the finals brackets against the Anunnaki. I don't have any information about his name, his age. So literally all I know is that he plays Ken. That's about the best I can tell you at this point, is that he plays Ken. What is that? That's hilarious, Forrest. That's amazing. Okay, hang on a second. I gotta go back. Amazing. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you. Dhalsim wasn't good. Mr. Crimson was a freak. No one else win anything with Dhalsim. Nope, Dhalsim was the best character in Street Fighter V. You talk to a lot of the players out there, a lot of them will say that. Dhalsim was the best character in Street Fighter V. The problem is, he takes the most work to get good at. But if you got good at that character was annoying. Holy crap. I still honestly think, even if he isn't the best, he's top 2. Like, just without question in Street Fighter V, in my opinion, that he's top 2. Like I wholeheartedly believe that. You talk to a lot. I mean, someone told me the same. They're like, Dhalsim wasn't good in 5. And I was like, are you kidding me? And he's like, no, he's not good. And I was like, let me pull up everybody's tier list. And I found everybody's end of Street Fighter V tier list. And everybody had Dhalsim in top 2. So I was like, and the guy's like, no, they're just biased because, no, that's, I was like, no, this Dhalsim was ridiculous in Street Fighter V. He's ridiculous. Oh, man. But again, like, I wish I could tell you more about Limestone. And I apologize to a lot of these players, but again, this is what's great, right? Like, I can come in here and be like, I don't know anything about this player, but that's what's going to be awesome because, you know, maybe we will after this tournament. What if he comes here and, like, you know, it's between Fudo and Mena RD to make it out of this pool, and Fudo has to fight Limestone. And if Fudo wins, he makes it out. If he loses, he doesn't make it out. And Limestone ends up beating Fudo in like some crazy upset. Everyone's like, oh my God. Like, that's the exciting part. That's the exciting part. So I really, you know, it's great to see players that we don't know. Like, I want to make that clear. Like, I know when I'm sitting here and saying, like, I'm sad that I don't know anything about this player, but I think that's great because this is where the future stars come from, right? The first year JabhiM made it, everyone's like, who's this guy from South America? Like, who cares? But then, this is 3rd year in a row that he's made it now, right? So it's just like, okay. Now we can talk about JabhiM, like, yeah, JabhiM's pretty strong. You know, it's just those kind of things, right? And so to see unknown players like this, I think is great. I love for the chance for players to make a name for themselves. I love those kind of chances. I'm not going to be in Japan for Capcom Cup. No, I will be in Northern California for the official Tenno restream of the event. After I finish with this pool, I'll replay the video that I played at the beginning, just so the people who have just tuned in can catch up a little bit. But again, yeah, so unfortunately, I don't really have much more to say about Limestone. I have a lot to say about ChrisCCH, but I won't say all of it because it'll just take forever. But I am a big fan of ChrisCCH. I love what he's been able to accomplish. Again, you know, he really cemented himself as potentially one of the strongest West Coast players. You know, JB, like I said, is kind of in that contention as well. And I really think it's JB and ChrisCCH because ChrisCCH did qualify via points, you know, in the World War. He scored more points than JB did. So, you know, ChrisCCH, very, very strong character. ChrisCCH is not SoCal, Zilcho. He's not SoCal. ChrisCCH, if I'm not mistaken, is Pacific Northwest. He is part of the Seattle scene, I want to say. Yeah, so yeah, okay, there it is. So non-factor, yeah, confirmed. So I wasn't aware that he used Terry, but I guess what is he, I mean, like from all the qualifying videos and all that stuff like that, from all the tournaments, he's been using nothing but Ed, but I guess since he's qualified, he's been picking up a lot of Terry, huh? So is that basically what's going on? Yeah, the Salon series, because I always remember that because they also jumped in all the time to root for the Pacific Northwest Chun-Li player. Why does the name Razmataz come into my head? But that's not his name. What the? Help me, non-factor. The Chun-Li player that did really well at all the World Warriors from Pacific Northwest. Zach Boz. There you go. See, it's weird, right? Like I know the name, but like it just gets mixed up because of the way my brain memorizes names. When I say like you know, Razmataz, like now you can see Zach Boz. Like now you see why that's the name that came into my head. ChrisCCH terrorizes you at your local panda. I mean, I know I've seen your name a lot. I know I've seen you've played in a bunch of tournaments all the time. Razzmatazz. Apologize to Zach Boz for me. But yeah, I mean, ChrisCCH, amazing player. And he was one of the other players that switched to Ed. And I was like, Ed? And he's like, yeah, Ed's really strong. And I was like, he is? And then that's when Ed's really his stock started going up. But apparently, you guys are saying that he's learning Terry now. He's learning Terry, which is really cool to hear. So I'm going to be a good little information supplier and add Terry as a name of his secondaries. But yeah, no, ChrisCCH, again, another player for me personally that it's really hard for me not to be biased. Again, I admire so much of what ChrisCCH has accomplished. I love his mentality. I love his attitude with the game. I love how hard he plays and how hard he works. You know, he's just one of those players that, like, I enjoy seeing the passion that he has. There's a lot of times where you see him win and he pops off, and it's just like there's just something so genuine about the ferocity of his pop-offs that just, I mean, it makes me admire him a lot, honestly. So, is Razzmatazz an actual person? Maybe. I don't think it is, not in our community, but I'm sure somebody has that name. So, I mean, again, a lot of people, you know, talking about Terry, like, don't sleep on Terry. Like, if you're coming into this tournament, make sure you know how to fight Terry, because he might surprise you. And so if ChrisCCH is one of those guys doing that, I mean, that's a scary situation. Again, I mean, this is his second Capcom Cup. So he got into Street Fighter V's final year. And then now he's back here again after having missed last year's for Street Fighter 6. But again, ChrisCCH was still kind of on the come up that year. He was establishing himself as one of the best players in the West Coast. And last year, he cemented himself as one of the best players. And he has won some of those big wins. So I feel like he kind of has, you know, traversed into that kind of into that upper echelon, and why he is one of the best players currently in the West Coast right now. I mean, looking through his results over here, yeah, he hasn't had like a big win. Clearly, like, he's done well at a bunch of like a lot of the weeklies and stuff. So bonus round and the pinnacle are both tier 3 tournaments. He did the PAX West one. He won as well. I'm used to seeing him win a lot. So I apologize. He hasn't necessarily won like the big one. Street Fighter League powers up everybody for sure to Halu. But yeah, I mean, again, like his drive, the way he approaches the game, that mentality that I was talking about earlier, you know, I kind of like a lot of players need that big win to get to that higher echelon level. And I feel like ChrisCCH, his mentality was strong enough that, you know, perhaps he didn't need it. You know, I would like to see him with a big win, though. Now that we've like talked about all this, and now that I look at these results here, I would really like to see him have like that big win. I think he's very capable, but yeah, it's like I don't want to break my own rule. You know, like having that kind of thing is really important to have, is that big win, honestly. FlyQuest West Coast ladder hates to see him coming. Yeah, that's the thing, is I've commentated enough West Coast FlyQuest, TNS, and like all the Wednesday night. When Level Up was running all the U.S., Canada, Wests. So I'm just so used to seeing ChrisCCH win, because actually, when you actually talk about the World Warriors, and you talk about, let's see here, it's this one, U.S., Canada, West, from this past year. Keep in mind, he finished with 210 points, okay? Which basically means he won, like 3 out of the World Warriors, and the ones that he didn't win, I think he got like he either wasn't at, or like he got like 3rd place or something. So it got 5th place once, and then he wasn't in the other one. So again, out of 4 of them that he played in the World Warrior West, he won 3 of them. And I think I commentated a majority of those, so that's probably why like my brain is just like, this guy wins all the goddamn time. NuckleDu is just as good as Punk, but Punk seems more active and successful. Remember Chris saying he'd play Sim if Sim was OP in Street Fighter 6? Oh, God, if he loses to Mr. Crimson, that would suck. Oh, man. NuckleDu has every capability to be as good as Punk. I agree. And so I agree that a lot of it is, obviously, priorities in life, right? I mean, he's a father now. He's a father to two baby girls, I think. And so, yeah, like, things, having kids changes the way you look at stuff. Clearly. Man. Yeah, I know, Dr. Cheesesteak. I'm working on fixing that. At some point. But ChrisCCH, obviously very strong, without question. And of course, the last person in this pool is Mena RD. And the interesting thing about this is that I would say that this is the most vulnerable Mena RD could possibly be in a Capcom Cup. And yet I still think he's clearly one of the favorites to make it out of this pool. The reason why I'm concerned about Mena RD, and again, this has not, like, his skill level, ridiculous. Like, we were talking about NuckleDu and Punk. Like, is Mena just as good as them? Yeah, absolutely. Like Punk and Mena RD, like, I feel like are going to be rivals forever, because they are going to be fighting for this era as, best player. Mena RD clearly very, very strong. The only reason why I'm concerned for Mena RD is he is in a character crisis like you can't even imagine. And the way that he's performing, despite the character crisis, is just an indication of how good he is. Of how good he is. Because right now, like you see it in tournaments, he switches Blanca, then Zangief, and then there's a Luke. And, there's, clearly he thinks Blanca is missing something that he needs. Clearly he thinks Zangief is missing something that he needs. And yeah, losing focus on Blanca, et cetera, et cetera. But like, at the same time, Blanca did get a little nerfed. Well, as I call it, he had his bugs fixed because Odie Blanca Ball from the sky should have never been plus in the first place. But it is a situation where he does have a character crisis, and he's even said as much, not directly, not in that kind of a harsh term, but he's talked about it before. Like, not sure Blanca has everything that he needs. He tried to play Zangief, and then they nerfed Zangief. Like when they had that crazy Zangief buff patch, he started playing him, then they nerfed Zangief, and he was like, I'm sorry, Zangief players. He is definitely having a little problem there. And that's the only thing that's going to hold him back this year. And again, like I said, I don't say that meaning that I don't think he's going to do well. Again, like I said, is he my favorite to make it out of this pool? He's one of them. But, you know, at the same time, like, you know, it's basically like, it's like, I mean, I always make this example, you know, it's Inigo Montoya, you know, sword fighting with his left hand, right? Like, he's the best. Like, nobody can beat him. And he has he has a handicap that makes it a little more fair. And that's kind of where I'm coming from. I feel like, you know, because Mena RD doesn't really have like his main go-to character. The fortunate thing for him is that, you know, depending on the matchup, he kind of knows where to go. But, you know, he's in a situation where he might second guess himself on what character to use at a certain point in time. And that definitely can happen, right? That definitely can happen. And it's an annoying situation having this, you know, kind of thing. I clearly don't think that there's a character quite what he wants after Luke got nerfed, right? So, you know, in season 1, it was all like Mena RD was Luke, you know, he was the Luke. And then after, you know, the character got nerfed, from that point, Mena RD has been, you know, he's been jumping around a lot. I've seen him in tournaments where he also played Bison and he also played Akuma. Because you could tell he was using that tournament, which was First Attack in Puerto Rico. He was clearly using that tournament to be like, all right, let's see how comfortable I feel with Akuma. Let's see how comfortable I feel with Bison. So, you know, it's a little tricky for him, right? And yeah, I mean, he has a Bison, but is his Bison as strong as his Zangief? Is his Bison as strong as his Blanca? Like, this is the tough part about not having a main. You know, that's the hardest part about not having a real main. Like I said, is you can second guess yourself sometimes, right? Like, for example, you know, Punk beat Mena RD the first time in the SFL finals, you know, Cammy beating Blanca, which is like, what? Because Blanca's supposed to be good against Cammy. And so he came back and tried Zangief, right? What if Blanca was the right choice the whole entire time? You know, maybe after the second time they fought each other, maybe he should have just went to Blanca. And the first one was a fluke, you know, but he went with Zangief. And, you know, it's always a, you know, what if kind of thing. And I always know when, in any game where I had multiple characters, I would always just be like, oh, I don't know who to play. You know, it's just like kind of tough. So, Chris Wong, yeah, I mean, that was, again, Luke's nerf might have still been a little bit too much. I wouldn't mind seeing Luke get a little buffed, but everybody who's had to fight Noah the Prodigy is like, no, please, no. So again, like, it's hard. It's hard. Who makes it out of this pool? This pool is dumb, right? Mr. Crimson, Deaver, or Daver, Fudo, Limestone, ChrisCCH, and Mena RD. Like I said, I don't know anything about Daver and Limestone, but, you know, Mena RD, ChrisCCH, Fudo, and Mr. Crimson. Like, holy crap. I mean, from the logical standpoint, I would pick Mena RD and Fudo. And clearly, ChrisCCH, you know, the wild card, but Mr. Crimson would be a true wild card because of the Dhalsim factor. But it's just hard to ever not think Mena RD and Fudo are gonna make it out of this pool. It's hard. It's hard because, like, two of the best fighting game players of all time are Fudo and Mena RD. I mean, and it's crazy because Mena RD is still considerably younger than someone like Fudo, but, like, he's already cemented himself as one of the greatest fighting game players of all time. And so it's like, how do you not look at this pool and just not be like, you know what? Logic says Mena and Fudo. And again, no tournament ever adheres to logic. The logical picks that I'm picking right now are, like I said, logical picks. But I never believe that they're going to go that way. So I doubt most of the pools will go the way that we think that they will. But from the logical standpoint, yes, Mena RD and Fudo are probably making out of that pool. So, Non-factor? That is a really good question that I have no idea what the answer is to. Because, like, it is in Japan, and I know the Japan premieres were all played on PS5, so I don't know. All groups should start tomorrow night. Yes. So I don't know who to pick out of this pool. I don't know. But at the same time, I want to give you guys a chance to. Oh, it's not in this one. Where is it? Oh, is it here? No. Let's see. Did I close it? Did I actually close the window that had it? Hang on a second. Let me see if I could find this thing here. Oh wait, was it on this thing here? No, it wasn't. All right, I'm gonna go see if I can get this here again. Okay, that should be the right one. This is not the right one here. This is not the right one here. This is patch notes. It'll change it. Capcom Cup 11. All right, so let's do this here. Let's use this one. So in case you guys are unawares, there's an event called Homebrew coming up this weekend. And Homebrew is going to be an official 10-0 production restream of the Capcom Cup, just the last group days and then the top 16. And who's going to be at this event, you ask? Who is going to be chosen as the voices to represent this tournament? I am glad you asked.
Yeah, man, Capcom Cup happens in March. I won't be there.
You know what, Hanzo? This gives me an idea. Sometimes you have to brew it yourself.
Okay, Capcom Cup's in early March, and we're putting the squad together. We're putting on a show to watch the last couple days of the 1v1 finals. And we need to make this thing as watchable as possible. So, who do you got on the squad?
Tasty Steve. He's the guy who keeps us going. He's energy incarnate, the maker of noise.
This isn't gonna be a walk in the park. This is homebrew for Capcom Cup. It's gonna be a complicated show. So we need someone to compile all the statistics as well as follow all the lines. Do you know someone that can get the linear regression on all his data?
Don't think about it too hard, man. We've already got someone on the books. He's on his way.
Who are you talking about? Okay, how about someone on the ground? Someone to get us on the inside.
I'll make the call.
Hello? Capcom Cup. I guess.
All right, we already got a lot of pieces together for our homebrew Capcom Cup restream. We got our noisemaker, our stats guy, and even the mole on the inside. Who else do we need?
A European.
No, of course not. This is California. What we need next is someone that can bring the emotion of the moment across. Someone who's not afraid to wear their heart on their sleeve.
Do you know someone like that? Someone who cries every single time.
The message in this game is so meaningful.
We need one more.
We need someone with experience. Someone who's been on the top. Someone who knows the ins and outs of fighting games. A seasoned professional.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Him? Does he even exist? You know, things might just work.
So yeah, there you go. We will be doing a restream from Northern California. Like I said, it's only, unfortunately, we can't do all 3 of the group days. I think we're only doing the last one. And then we will be doing the top 16. We're not restreaming any of the SFL stuff. I'm not even sure if we're allowed to. So we're not going to be doing that. But that will be a good time. Again, it's me, Ultra David, Tasty Steve, Justin Wong, with Obama live at Capcom Cup. So he's going to be our man on the floor with Hanzo and Spooky hanging around too. So it's just going to be a bunch of us just hanging out, talking. Like all 4 of us will probably be there the majority of the time. Obviously, we'll be able to take breaks and stuff, but like we're just going to be essentially shooting the shit and just having a great time. So it's going to be a really fun thing to do. I'm really excited about that. So, oh, David's here. You came just in time. That's funny. That's actually the second time I played it. But so that was actually Logan's idea. That makes sense to me. Like I totally can picture that. And honestly, like I wouldn't be surprised if you were like, hey, Logan, this is our idea. Can we do this? And Logan would be like, yeah, that's fine. That would have been it. So yeah. Oh man. All right, so let's get back to all these players and stuff, and you know all the things that are happening. There's just so many freaking pools and players and all that stuff like that. Thank you, Salty Struggle. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Saying no, Logan was Logan's idea. Oh man. So yeah, David and I will be heading up to Northern California. No, actually, I didn't get a haircut. Why, does my hair look different right now? No, I'm just kidding. Or I can do the whole, no, I got a mole cut, you know. Oh, man. Okay, why is there all these here? I don't need these. Okay. There we go. Back to this. All right, back to this. Let's do this. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. First time in a long time that I've gone back to the short hair, but you know, I was kind of getting tired of it being long. So, okay. So Group F, again, Group F and Group G. I mean, oh my God, like seriously, like these are brutal groups over here because we start Group F with Big Bird, and I'll just say this much, like you know, in the God, see? Why is my brain like I have homebrew in my brain? Battle Hub. In the Battle Hub, I picked Big Bird to win. Like, I picked Big Bird to win a lot of things because I really want him to win. Because, again, another player who seems to, I mean, 2 second place Evos in a row is not in a row, but, you know, 2 second place Evos is hard. It's hard, right? And so, is Big Bird playing Ken now? Is he playing Ken now? Oh, interesting. Okay. I'll wait to see if anybody else can confirm that. But obviously, really, really good player. You know, it's again, these groups are all ridiculous. So, you know, I'm just picking because, like, it's just like, you know, I'm a fan of Big Bird. Again, huge fan of Big Bird. So, like, I pick him because I want him to win a big one. I just want him to win a big one, you know. So, but again, like, if you asked me to front $1,000 on my bet, like, I'd have to sit down and think a lot longer. I would have to think a lot longer. So Big Bird is here. I mean, again, like, I don't even know what to say at this point. I mean, he's one of the best Rashids. Rashid is the best character in the game. You know, he qualified from the Middle East via the points. And so it was Angry Bird who actually had to qualify through winning the finals of the World Warrior. But, I mean, Big Bird as well. I mean, you know, I don't even know if I could say relatively new. But, you know, he is newer for a person like me. But he has been to 5 Capcom Cups in a row since 2017 Big Bird has not missed a single Capcom Cup. He's been there in 2017, 2018, 2019, 2022, and 2023. This guy's ridiculous, dude. This guy is so strong. And like I said, using Rashid, I mean, again, you don't want to face Rashid. You don't want to face Rashid at all. Even if you are a Rashid player, you don't want to face Rashid. Hello, Oil King. Oil King is also in this pool and also one of the best Rashids in the world. Of course, Oil King from Taiwan ended up qualifying through World Warrior via points as well. So he didn't have to play in the Asia East Finals. But Oil King, very similar to what Big Bird did. He missed last year, but if you look past that one, he was in 2022, 2019, 2018, 2017. So, 4 in a row up until that 2023 last year. So, but he's even said that the first season of Street Fighter 6 was very difficult for him. And it makes a lot of sense because Oil King really kind of started during Street Fighter 5. Like, I heard he did play 4, but wasn't very serious in it. And it was really only 5 where he really started to shine. In fact, I was told, now I have heard there are alternate stories to this, so who knows? But I have heard that he is called Oil King because he played Rashid. So that was why he got his handle of Oil King, because he was a Rashid player. So, clearly Street Fighter V is where, if that story is to be true, that was basically, an indication of where he first started gaining prominence. And, switching games is very difficult. It is. It's really hard. One of the hardest things to do, especially if you love the old game so much that it's, you don't want to transition. Fortunately, the transition from 5 to 6 has not been as brutal because, the longer we've done this, like 6 feels more and more similar to 5 than I originally thought, because the frame data stuff is still very, very strong. But yeah, he was a Rashid player back then. He had trouble in the first season because he didn't have Rashid. Then he got Rashid and things started clicking. Right. He won Evo Japan in 5, right? It was the last Street Fighter 5 Evo Japan that he won, if I'm not mistaken. But Oil King, clearly very strong. And then Cien is in this pool. So when people say, like, Group F is brutal, I mean, Cien, ooh, man. But, like I said, he had to qualify via the finals, and he did so by beating Mind RPG. But as I said, when I talked about Fudo, 8 Capcom Cups, and both of them missing 2022, the last year of Street Fighter V, which is the crazy thing. But outside of that, both Fudo and Cien have the highest number of Capcom Cups, at least for people in this tournament. And since 2013, they were both in 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019. They didn't miss a single one. And then, of course, no 20, no 21. 22, they both missed it. And then they both made it back in 23. And now they're here in 24. So again, dude, like, holy crap. Big Bird, Oil King, and Cien already. And then Uriel Velorio. For those of you who aren't familiar with Uriel Velorio, from Mexico, if you did watch the SFL US, he played he had some amazing matches in this tournament. And honestly, when someone asked me about, like, Clutch or Killer Instinct, all that stuff like that, Uriel Velorio is a great example of this. I think this is one of the most creative players out there right now. The things that he thinks of and the things that he pulls off in tournament are ridiculous. This guy is like, I mean, his creativity is off the charts, you know? And of course, he's a Ken player, so a lot of people are like, a Ken player can't be creative. No, trust me, this guy is like really creative as a Ken player. By the way, I forgot to mention that Cien still using DJ, and that's Cien's biggest weakness in this game is he's using a character he doesn't really like. So that's kind of problematic. You know, he's another person looking for a character that suits him. I did see that he's learning a little bit of Mai, and I saw him playing Mai Mirrors, I think it was, against Uma. Mai seems like the kind of character that fits Cien a little bit better. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we did see Cien bust out Mai a little bit, but she might be too new and the confidence might not be there. Also, I have heard wildly different takes on where Mai is. Now, I don't think anybody thinks Mai is top tier, but there's some people out there that are like, Mai's not very good because all she does is throw, OD fan and then drive rush. And then there's a lot of people out there that are like, Maya's actually really good because all she does is throw OD fan and drive rush. So, right. That is clearly her biggest weakness, is that they need to fix her level. Well, not fix her level 1, but maybe give her like a more specific route that's not free to come by, that gets her to land a level 1 so that she can power up a lot. Because a lot of the Mai matches that I've ended up watching, Mai sometimes just never gets the power up. Like, she just doesn't, because it's annoying to try to get that power up. Like, I actually would love it if she like had moves that she could only cancel into level 1 for no reason. Like, it's just, that's it. Like, if she could do her like her little lane change, combo, and after she hits you with the final kick, you could cancel that into level 1, and it doesn't hit the opponent, but you can actually get charged up. Like, it knocks them down long enough that you can get charged up, and you don't get to juggle them, but at least you got to power up, like stuff like that, right? So, wait, does that hit? No, you can't cancel the last hit. You can link the last hit. So you go kick, 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 and then the last hit is a link, isn't it? That's not a cancel, is it? In the corner, you can link into DP, and I don't think it links into level 1. Does it link into the level 1? I think it does link into the level 1. But mid-screen, if you do it, like, are you safe? So now I gotta test it again. I need to test it again. So, yeah, in the corner, she can do a bunch of combos off of that. So, but I thought after that, if you do level 1, you can still be punished, right? It's not safe if you do that into level 1, right? Yeah, I think you're unsafe. See, if there was a way that they made it so that the last kick literally canceled into level 1, that'd be interesting. Or just make it super cancel. Let her cancel in the level 2 and level 3. Like, that's not gonna break Mai if she could do that target combo into level 3, right? Like, it's not gonna break Mai in any way, shape, or form. So, like, if you just made it super cancelable so she can just go into level 1 and mid-screen, it doesn't hit, but because you cancel into it instead of linking off of it, you have better frame data, and if it's safe, then you have a way mid-screen to power up. You don't get some benefits, but a lot of my players would just prefer powering up if they could. Anyways, we were discussing Mai because of Cien, but I want to talk about Uriel Valorio. And again, during SFL, watching Uriel play, like, he almost beat Mena RD. In fact, that was one of my favorite matches of the year because he was just coming up some crazy stuff. But Mena RD ended up winning because Mena RD, but also because you watch it and Uriel Valorio is kind of a troll. Valorio, yes, okay. Is kind of a troll. He likes to try to beat you in cute ways and clever and fun ways. Again, that's what attributes to a lot of his creativity because he's just like that. He's so good But when Mena started making the comeback against him, he was laughing about a lot of goofy things that was happening. And even after he ended up losing to Mena RD, he was just like laughing and like, oh, da, 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 you know, having a good time and stuff. And while I love that, I do think Uriel Valorio is missing a little bit of that killer instinct. Like, I really feel like had he had the killer instinct, he might have beat Mena in that SFL match. But he was, you know, it was, you know, he was laughing about things that going on. And again, I'm not saying he wasn't taking it seriously, but again, like I said, it's hard for me to explain as a person who, you know, I believe that I am a massive empath. And so like, I feel this kind of stuff out of people. And when I watch Uriel play in matches, even when he loses, I feel like there's a lot of like, well, I lost. Like, you don't want to get hung up, like you don't want it to kill you. But I feel like it might be a little bit too much leaning in the opposite direction. And the reason why that I can say this is because I literally said that to Uriel on Twitter. So again, I'm not talking behind his back. I was literally like, Uriel, you need to work on your killer instinct. And he's like, yeah. So he kind of agrees with me, right? So he kind of agrees with me. He kind of knows it too a little bit himself. And, you know, again, yeah, I mean, we Mexicans don't have the killer instinct. We are out to party, says Zorlan. And you can party and beat people up at the same time. I mean, that's more reason to party, you know. But again, you know, that's the kind of thing I really feel like, oh, yeah. And thank you for mentioning that non-factor FGC. One of the, Lugabo, I mean, he was beating up everybody in Mexico. And it's unfortunate that Mexico was not a super region, because otherwise Lugabo would have qualified by points and then Uriel would have qualified by the tournament. But in the end, they had the fight in grand finals and Uriel ended up defeating Lugabo. And Lugabo, I mean, outside of like Psycho and Shine and like Salty Kid and stuff, might be one of the best Kimberlys ever. Like he was beating everybody up with Kimberly in Mexico before she got buffs. So Lugabo's Kimberly was ridiculous. And so, again, weirdly enough, like, you know, the Kimberly in Salty Kid was bittersweet for me because we got Kimberly in there, but he beat Garnett, and I became such a fan of Garnett thanks to Street Fighter League. And then in Mexico, this was bittersweet for me because Uriel Valorio gate-kept Kimberly from making it into another Kimberly from making the tournament, but it's okay because Uriel Valorio is awesome, and I became a big fan of his because of Street Fighter League. It's just weird how, like, both of them, like, the exact opposite results happened there, and, you know, both of them, I feel bad because I'm so sad the other person couldn't make it, but happy that the person who did make it made it. It's so weird. I mean, Lugabo, honestly, his record for that region, like, yeah, he should have made it. He should have been in there. But again, like, it's hard for me to feel like Uriel making it in there is like an injustice because, like, this guy is super good. Super good. So that's fair too, David. I was rooting for Lugabo because I didn't want another Ken in Capcom Cup. But the pool doesn't stop here because Jack is here as well. Jack, I mean, again, this guy, I mean, he might as well be the US version of Uriel Valorio, honestly. They're trolls, they're having great time, they're fun, and they're both super, super good. Just a Kid, I mean, he's made it to top 8 at EVO 1 year in Street Fighter V. Clearly also very, very strong. He was in a Capcom Cup as well in 2022. And by the way, Uriel Valorio was also in Capcom Cup in 2022. So both Jack and Uriel Valorio have skipped a year. So they missed 2023. But both of them, this is their second year. And in fact, nobody in this pool, and I think this is the only pool where nobody in this pool is their first time at Capcom Cup. Every other pool has somebody that hadn't been to Capcom Cup before, but Group F is everybody here has been to Capcom Cup before. And Just a Kid, again, very, very strong. Very, very strong player. The biggest downside is that he is just in a pool full of killers. And so, yeah, I mean, Group F for 2 years in a row has been one of the most brutal ones. I'll get back to Just a Kid in a second. Both some of the brutal pools, and both times Lashar has been in there. Poor Lashar. But, you know, Just a Kid, one of the strongest from the Midwest of the United States, again. And, you know, Jury, you know, I know there are Jury down players out there, but Gotcha-kun said Jury he felt was the 5th strongest character. Jury is clearly very strong. We've seen what Nephew has done with Jury, and Just a Kid, clearly one of the best Juries out there. But he's in that same situation that I find a lot of very strong players at, where he is having trouble finding that consistency to really, really dominate and take tournaments, right? So if I look at his Street Fighter 6 history here and look at all his placings over here, not counting any of the World Warrior stuff, because obviously that's limited to just people in your own region. You know, he got 3rd at Blink Respawn. At East Coast Throwdown, you know, he tied for 33rd place. DreamHack Atlanta, he tied for 17th place. Island Paradise, which was just a tier 3 event, was, you know, 7th and tied for 7th place over there. Cream City Convergence, he tied for 7th. CEO, he tied for 5th at Evo. But see, at Evo, he got really far. He got to like 13th place. He's got a lot of this in him, but he hasn't won first place at a really, really big tournament. And so he's in that same position that I put a lot of other players. Like, one of the best examples that I could probably give is that, like, again, people who have heard me commentate his matches before know how much I love Samurai and how good I think Samurai is. But I think Jack is kind of in that same area as Samurai. Like, he can beat anybody. Like, Samurai and Jack can beat anybody. It doesn't matter who they fight. They can beat him. You know, they have that capability. But they just are lacking that capability to have the extreme consistency to be able to win a big tournament. Like, they can beat anybody, but they can also lose to a lot of, you know, strong players, but not necessarily the top players, you know? So it's a tough situation here. So, you know, I do think Jack is at a very disadvantageous position here in this pool. Like, in any other pool, like, I feel like I would be, like, really high on Jack. But, like, this pool is brutal because, again, the guy who made it out of F last year was Lashar, who made it out in first place. He got 2nd place at the Japan premiere. And the only reason why he didn't get first is because he lost to his teammate, Tokido. And, you know, he moved to Japan specifically for Street Fighter League. So he's been just getting practice all over the place. Is that just because of the RPS kind of game Street Fighter 6 is? You're talking about for Just a Kid and like Samurai? No, not really. When you're in that kind of a position, it's just, it's a lot of it. I mean, it's weird to say this because Samurai has one of the best mentalities in the game. But, you know, a lot of the times it really is just, you know, the way you approach the game, how you see it and stuff. Because, you know, saying, you know, obviously Street Fighter 6, a lot of the the detractors of the game, and same for 5, you know, are just like, these games are super random, right? Like, it's just guessing. Virtua Fighter is just guessing. Like, Virtua Fighter is one of the most guessing kind of RPS kind of games out there. And that is why everyone who plays it loves the game. So, you know, saying that, you know, it's just an RP, like, I mean, Virtua Fighter probably has a better weight distribution than some of the other games, but again, what's his face? Gerald Abraham, aka L.A. Akira, aka the guy who runs Okamoto Kitchen, told me a story where like there was a Virtua Fighter player who was very good at what the hell is his name? Oh, God. What are all the characters in Virtua Fighter 5? Virtua Fighter 5. Oh, whoops, I forgot to click characters here. What is his name? Virtua Fighter 5 characters. Here we go. Okay, here's all the characters. Oh boy, I hate my brain. Oh, I think it was, might it be Jean or Jean, whatever, how you pronounce that name is. I don't remember. You know what, forget, I don't remember. Look, Itazan and Fudo are two of the best Shundi players in the game. The old man, drunken boxing character. He's not considered a strong character in 5, I think it was, that he was telling me the story. It might not even have been 5. But the other player was one of the best, other character in the game. Like I said, if it's John, maybe. But like, and that's a bad matchup for Shundi. And so like, Itazan played him a bunch of times and he could never beat the other player. Like, he just lost like 10 in a row, and he's just like super mad. And so Fudo comes up and challenges, and again, Fudo is plays the same character. And Fudo like bodies the other guy, like beats the living crap out of him. And like Itazan's like, what the hell? And so after Fudo finally loses, like Itazan's like, I don't even know. Like, I think they just played a first to 10 and stop. So Itazan's like, let's run it back. So he fought the guy again. And after watching all those matches of Fudo playing, he's like, I think I understand now. And he went up and then he got bodied. So like, even VF just has this weird element of like, like if you just know how to guess this other person and how they play is just how it works, kind of thing. And so like, people will talk about, 5 and 6 as just being guessing games. But like I said, Virtua Fighter 5, when you talk to the best Virtua Fighter players, that game is literally one of the most elegantly weighted and balanced RPS games. So much to the point that if you just can get into somebody else's head, you just destroy them. Irregardless, it's not a word, regardless of matchup, you just blow someone away just because you know their mindset so well. So yeah, like I said, Samurai and Jack are having, that's actually funny. I can't believe I've associated these two players with each other. So, Samurai Jack has problems, has a little bit of that problem, and it might be the clutch factor, actually. They might be the players that are kind of missing that clutch factor. And so that's the thing that they're missing. Clearly, Lashar is not missing that. And, Ringe was talking about Lashar last year, and then he made it out of Group F, which was the group of death. And then everybody's like, whoa, this Lashar guy's really good with Chun-Li. And, and since then, Lashar has just been amazing. Like I said, he moved to Japan to be on Street Fighter League. And the nice thing about it is, like, the Japanese players take Street Fighter League super seriously. And Street Fighter League runs for 4 months, okay? Like, both Europe and America, like, their Street Fighter League takes place within the span of, like, 2 weeks. And that's it, and they're done, right? Europe decided to do that live. US always takes that and packages it as episodes, in a timely release. But Japan, they're playing it live, and they're playing it live like for 4 months straight. So the teams boy, they are just training with each other all day. And Tokido and Lashar apparently have been training with each other a lot. And so like they have like really become very, very good training partners with each other. So the fact that they finished first and second at the Japan premiere is like, well, there you go. I mean, it's the Jeff Goldblum pick, right? Well, there it is, you know, kind of thing. And so, yeah, Lashar, oh boy, like he is so, and you know, after Capcom Cup last year, every tournament you would go to, everyone's just like, dude, Lashar is probably gonna win. Lashar is like one of the favorites. Lashar is so good. Like his stock just skyrocketed. And I remember during EWC, like a lot of the commentators there were like, no, like Lashar is going to be like one of the scariest. Like he has a great chance of winning. And, you know, that's what we saw a lot of during the course of, you know, the second year of Street Fighter 6 is just Lashar's dominance, and his Ed play is just crazy. Like some of the stuff he does with Ed. I mean, there was one thing where like he did something and the commentators were like, oh my God. And Lashar came back and was like, yeah, that was kind of an accident, but I made it work. You know, like it's crazy. So, right? Everyone was like, why would you drop Chun-Li? I mean, that's how I thought about Fudo dropping DJ. But sure enough, I mean, obviously the characters really turned out really good. So, who do you pick to make it out of Group F, man? Big Bird, Oil King, Cien, Uriel, Valorio, Jack, or Lashar? Who do you pick to make it out of this pool? Again, not picking by heart, picking by brain and logic. And if I go by brain and logic, I will pick Lashar and Big Bird. That's my pick. And I think Cien is the wild card. I mean, it's crazy not to be able to pick Jack, Uriel, or Oil King. But, you know, from a logical standpoint, I will say Lashar and Big Bird make it out of there, and Cien is the wild card. And that's the best I can do. Like, that's the best I can do, because that pool is ridiculous. That pool is scary. And the next pool is also scary. And we start with Juicy Joe. And a lot of people are like, I don't know who Juicy Joe is. This person is new. Dude, he has been killing everybody in the EU with JP, even when JP was nerfed. He was like one of the true JP users out there. When JP got nerfed, he was like, whatevs, and he kept playing and he adapted to the character. A lot of people who played JP were playing him because he was top tier. And so when he got nerfed, everyone quit. But Juicy Joe did it, and he was beating everybody. Like, he would get second place and stuff like that in all these crazy tournaments that, and it just, you couldn't not notice him. You were just like, who is this Juicy Joe guy? Like, he is beating all these strong players. Like, it's crazy. And so, like, he's a scary person to have in your pool. Because a lot of these players here haven't had to fight a really strong JP in a while. I mean, one year I had picked Cien to win it all because I really do think Cien deserves to win a Capcom Cup, but it's just like, I mean, I could say the same thing about like 19, 20, 30, 50 other people, right? Like, I really would like this guy to win a Capcom Cup. But yeah, Juicy Joe continued playing JP, never stopped. And I just love that because he is a true master of the character. In fact, to qualify for Capcom Cup, he beat Riekeman's Barnett in the finals. And Riekeman's Barnett, you know, he's jumped around characters, but Riekeman's Barnett is really, really strong. I'm sad because it would have been fun to hear his story about landing in, you know, the Tokyo airport and maybe walking to the venue again. Wouldn't be as long as the walk as he had to do in California, for sure. And he probably wouldn't have to walk because the public transportation in Japan is really good, so he wouldn't have to do that. So I don't deserve to win a Capcom Cup. I just deserve to commentate at Capcom Cup. Look, everybody who's there is amazing. I'm not gonna critique anyone, but I'm allowed to be sad that I'm not there. I'm allowed to be sad that I am not there. But yeah, Juicy Joe, I think, is a danger here. Is really, really a strong danger. He could definitely end up taking out any one of these guys and really messing up this pool, honestly. But this pool is, oh God, I'm looking at who else is in this pool and I'm just like, what? Kills You. Very, very, very strong player. In fact, like I mentioned, at Kings of the World is like, that was the last chance qualifier. And a lot of people went there to try to qualify. Armperor ended up doing it, but you know who Armperor beat in Grand Finals was Kills You. Kills You is really strong, and he keeps getting stronger and stronger. And so you cannot just like look at this player and just be like, whatever. Oh, by the way, Juicy Joe is from Sweden. Kills You is from France. So again, Juicy Joe is a Swedish player. Kills You is French. And again, Kills You is another one of those people that one of the hardest things is you don't know who he's going to go up against. You don't know who he's going to use, right? Because Jury is where he's been going lately, but he has a Rashid and he has a Cammy. So, like, you're not sure who you're going to fight against. Jury is probably what it's going to be because, like I said, that's who he's been playing mostly recently. He has a Manon. Oh, yeah, he has a Manon. That's right. But, again, that doesn't mean anybody's going to be playing Manon. Except for Idom. But yeah, Kills You is going to be a very tough one to make it through here. Again, another player that has the potential to ruin everybody else's lives here. But, you know, I'm not doing this necessarily to save time, although I should do this to save a little bit time. But I'm just going to flash the next 4 players. Oh, he will play Cammy, then Jury. Yeah, I can see that happening too. But I'm going to flash you the next 4 players who are in this pool because the list just gets ridiculous at this point. So a lot of people also pick this as one of the most brutal pools. But after Juicy Joe and Kills You, 2 very, very strong players from the European region, the other 4 players are Xiaohai, Kaba, Knuckle-Doo, and Nephew. This is the rest of the pool. Like, come on, dude. Like, come on. Xiaohai, who just was on the most amazing run when he won EWC and then got 2nd place at UFA, losing only to Kusanagi's Ryu, of all things. And not only that, but Xiaohai beat a lot of good players in that tournament. It felt like Xiaohai could not be stopped. And, you know, clearly Xiaohai is one of the greatest fighting game players of all time. Like I said, one of the only humans on the planet that I would pick over the field in any game. Of course, that being KOF. If it's a KOF, I would pick Xiaohai over the field. And that is it's just insanity to say for any fighting game, considering how strong everybody is. But, you know, Xiaohai is definitely coming into this Capcom Cup off of a high, right? Like, he is coming in here knowing that he can take out any of these players, and he's very, very strong. And he could definitely, and again, like, people are like, okay, so he's a KOF player, but is he really good at Street Fighter? Well, he was in Capcom Cup in 2018 and in 2016 and in 2015, right? And yeah, and so, you know what is that? What does it say? The color is Karzi. Karzi says in the chat, yeah, the other problem too is that Xiaohai doesn't have a main. I mean, his main is probably Ken, but it's probably Cammy, but it's probably Bison, right? Like, oh, he has a Mai now. Oh, I did not know that. Okay, so Xiaohai even has a Mai. Interesting. And, you know, the crazy thing about it is that one of Xiaohai's gifts obviously, is being able to play multiple characters at a very high level. KOF, right? Like, if Street Fighter 6 was KOF, he would have a team of Bison, Ken, and Cammy, and it's terrifying. Oh, you didn't even list Cammy. You list the Kuma. So Bison, Ken, Akuma, and Mai, and then there's Cammy. Dude, but again, the different thing about it for Xiaohai, though, is that this isn't a character crisis kind of thing like I said for Mena. I don't think there's any crisis at all. Again, Xiaohai is so accustomed to playing characters of just completely different types and maximizing those characters, right? He's good at using top tier and maximizing the top tier to do the least amount of work possible. And he basically was born and raised in this environment of using multiple characters. So Xiaohai learning 3 characters is not to that degree. Learning 3 characters at like equal strength and at a very, very high level is not something the majority of the players at Capcom Cup, even though they're the world's best, it is not what the majority of these players are capable of. Most of them aren't going to be able to use 3 characters to the same level that Xiaohai uses those 3 or maybe even 5 characters, right? So, right, he random selected and could win in KOF majors. Now, to be fair, KOF is one of those games where the system mechanic is very strong. So if you understand the system mechanic, you can play it really well. Oh, guess what? Street Fighter 6 is a game where the system mechanics are very strong. And so if you know how to use one character, you can switch between them. So, you know, a game where the system mechanic is very dominant is only going to benefit Xiaohai. And so again, just absolutely terrifying that he's in this. And then how does this happen? How does this happen? How does Kaba and NuckleDo end up in the same in the same pool? How did this happen? Just like a crazy beef just showed up between, because Kaba like beat NuckleDo in something and then was just like, I am the best Guile. I am the best Guile. And NuckleDo's like, really? And so like it got like the beef started, and then I guess the Dominican just wants to start beef with everybody right now. As long as they keep it in the game, keep up the good work, Dominican Republic. Keep up the good work. But you know, NuckleDo and Kaba kind of went at each other and tried to like set up like some sort of like first to whatever tournament and stuff. You know, I mean, not set up an exhibition like between them to like, you know, play. I don't think that exhibition ever happened, but like, yeah, these two kind of have a beef with each other, and now, you know, NuckleDo and Punk are kind of good friends, and Punk has the beef with the Dominican Republic. So it's like, this is crazy, like, and then, you know, Punk and Mena are always fighting for who's the best, like, who's the greatest right now, at least in the Western region. Like, dude, like, how did Kaba and NuckleDo end up in the same bracket? And again, like, Kaba, if you guys watched, and this is, you know, an indication of why I said I feel like Mena had a character crisis. At the Street Fighter League finals, a lot of people said Kaba was carrying Team Bandits. And they kind of were wrong. Like, Kaba looked unbeaten. Like, ChrisCCH, like, ended up losing a lot of his matches at Street Fighter League because he had to fight Kaba all the time. And so, like, it wasn't an indication that ChrisCCH was doing bad. Kaba was playing ridiculous. He was playing so good. And so Kaba is just like, again, just such, I mean, he's one of those players that just keeps getting stronger and stronger. And again, you love to see it. Because as loud as he is, you know, cheering for his teammates and, you know, trying to get into these little beefs with NuckleDo and stuff, like, he is like the nicest human being. Oh my God. Like, there was one time, you know, basically, you know, someone was taking me and David around, you know, for dinners and stuff and showing us around Puerto Rico a little bit. No, was this at Blink? Was this, no, not Blink. Was this at the, I forgot which tournament it was. I thought it was one of the first attacks. I'm pretty sure it was one of the first attacks. And so Kaba came along and we just had dinner, the four of us, and we were just talking. And like, seriously, Kaba is like, he's just like so respectful. He's just so nice. He's really just like, he's such a good person. Like, we were just talking to him. He's like, yeah, I would really like to get good at this, but you know, I really want to do well in school because I really want to, you know, do this for work. And you know, it was just like such a cool conversation to have with him, you know. And then you get him when he plays in the tournament, and then he's just passion, like personified, right? He's just loud and he's gonna cheer for his teammates and stuff. And like I said, if you've ever had the benefit of going to a tournament in the Dominican Republic, you know this is just how Dominicans do it out there in the Dominican Republic. Like, these guys are really, really good. Kaba was the only guy on Bandits that scored points versus FlyQuest. Yeah, I mean, yeah, in the grand finals. Yeah, for sure, for sure. And going really far back, sorry, Vid Game Junkie, I missed your comment. I'm gonna die on that hill with Manon. The only chance now is if Elena comes out interesting, there's a chance for him to switch to Elena. Elena might be the last hope. He really, really wanted to like Mai, but found her too straightforward, and he likes interesting characters. And so Mai was too one-track minded, and so Elena, the last character that he has, hoping that he will be able to get into. Some people in the chat mentioned before that he kind of likes JP, and so why doesn't he play JP? And like I said, I mean, I said it earlier, there's definitely two very important reasons why he's not going with JP. So, but yeah, Kaba, amazing. But like we were saying earlier, you know, when someone asked, like, someone said in the YouTube chat that NuckleDu could very well be as good as Punk, right? And yes, you are absolutely right. NuckleDu, I mean, I still remember at EVO, I tell the story a lot, he got top 8. He was one of the only US players in a EVO top 8 Street Fighter 4 tournament. And when he was going up to like be introduced in the top 8, because I was standing up there like doing photography or something like that, but like I literally said to NuckleDu, I was like, you have the potential to become one of the best players in the United States. It was like, even back then I could see it. I could see it back then. And sure enough, it came true. And, you know, obviously, you know, one of the hardest things for NuckleDu is, you know, at the time back then was, you know, a lot of the, you know, the just life issues, mental stuff, right? And that's the craziest thing is like, you know, NuckleDu is a great allegory for understanding that, my God, like these players who are doing this stuff and we cheer for them and we root for them and we do all the stuff for them. But a lot of these people could be just going through a lot of stuff happening in their lives. You know, it's hard. And so, you know, a lot of times people, you know, sit there and be like, oh, you're washed up. Take that. You know, like, you know, it is a sports thing, right? I mean, like I said, I realized, like, I gained a moment of clarity when Mike Brown was coaching the Lakers and they were losing really badly. And I was like, God damn it, I hate you, Mike Brown. I wish you would die in a fire and blah, blah, blah. And I was like, holy crap, I'm the Twitch chat. You know, so, you know, Twitch chat gonna Twitch chat, but like at the same time, like, you know, a lot of times we're not aware of a lot of the things that go up and down. So, the tax thing is brutal too. I mean, like I actually caught, yeah, exactly, right? I've talked to him before about that because I know a guy who's really, really good at taxes. Because he's also a fighting game player. So, you know, if you're a fighting game player and you're an expert at taxes. So I've talked to NuckleDu and he says like, it's already kind of at the tail end. There's really not much, you know, can happen at this point in time. Dude, Mike Brown on the Lakers was not good. I mean, I'm happy for what he did for Sacramento, but like on Lakers, it was just bad, Adam. It was just bad. Anyways, yes, NuckleDu absolutely could be one of the best players, but, you know, priorities, right? Now he has a family, and he's got a family to take care of. And the thing about it is, whenever you talk to him, like, you know that family is his world, right? Like, I mean, you can probably notice it on stream just and stuff, but like every time I talk to him, you know, I always make sure to ask him about his family and everything because it's so important. He had that one speech after he won something one time where we were interviewing him, and he was just talking about how, I don't remember if it was our interview or if I referenced it in our interview, but it was an interview where he was talking about like, you know, how cool it is, how supportive his wife is. And like his wife would like, you know, sometimes he would feel down and lying on the floor or whatever. And his wife would just come up and like lie down on the floor with him, you know, and kind of things like that. And oh God, I'm going to make myself cry. But you know, like that kind of thing is just like, really, really washed up. We support the chair. Every time I talk about NuckleDu, I go on the verge of tears. Again, you know, he's another one of those players that it is really hard for me not to be biased, you know, with, because again, like, oh God, shit. Oh, Jasmine's looking at me like, what the hell's wrong? Whew. NuckleDu is like, oh God. Every time I think about NuckleDu, it reminds me of why I do what I do. It reminds me of why I want to make fighting games so big. You know, because it's one of those things that, like, I don't know what his life would be like had he not gotten into this. You know what I mean? And it makes it worth it. You know, anything that I go through, like, oh, I'm broke, whatever, you know, like, it doesn't matter. Because of the kind of opportunities we can create for a lot of these players. Oh, God. I mean, NuckleDu probably would see something like this and just think I'm being silly. But, I mean, I honestly, like, anytime I remember, you know, what keeps me motivated to keep doing commentary in the fighting game community. Why am I trying to get so many people to watch? You know, guys like NuckleDu, guys like Mena RD, guys like Punk, you know, are a lot of those reasons. You know, I love seeing that kind of thing. Yeah, and then when Tokido's like fighting games are something so great, like that just ruined me. So. But yeah, again, like, it's hard for me not to get emotional every time I talk about NuckleDu. So let's move on to Nephew. Let's move on to Nephew, please. Holy crap. But Nephew, I mean, what a great story for Nephew. You know, this was the year that he made the very, very tough choice of quitting his job, and he was working at Google. And if you work at Google, you're good, dude. Like, you can't get into Google unless you are freaking good. And I gotta stop reading some of the notes of the chat here too. Crap. And it's paid off. It's paid off for him because how he performed at Singapore, how he performed at Genesis and stuff like that. Like, it's so cool. To see Nephew really cementing himself. And, you know, we talked about JB and ChrisCCH fighting for best in the West Coast. And Nephew's like, dude, bro, I'm right here, dude. Like, I'm right here. Like, is nephew actually the best in the West Coast? Probably at this point. Again, another player who's had the benefit of living with Punk. Definitely helped him a lot. And Punk saw it too. Like that first tournament that nephew did really well at, you know, Punk and nephew became friends like almost immediately afterwards. And they moved in, you know, to be roommates in Northern California at one point in time. Yeah, right. He has 2 Guiles in this group, which is the problem, obviously, especially because he has like the 2 best Guiles from the Western region, you know, not counting Japan, because obviously Higuchi and such exists. And Guile really messes up Jury pretty badly. So people are saying that he might just pick Mai. He's learning Mai. I saw him using Mai at Genesis, you know, because he wanted to get that tournament practice in with that character. Oh, did he really? I mean, was it like, cause that, I mean, if you are nephew and you're like, bro, I could take Capcom Cup, and you got stuck in the same pool as Kaba and Knuckle-Doo, I mean, saying that the guy went through the 5 stages of grief on his stream, I believe it, man. Like, he was crying on his stream probably for a very different reason, you know? But again, like, super happy. I'm really happy that it's working for nephew. Because like I said, like, when you quit your job like that, that is a tough decision to make. And that he's doing it, and that he's sponsored by a really legit esports company like Liquid is you know, one of those things. It makes me really happy. It makes me happy to see that. So again, you know, wait, what are you saying, Mike, about the Punk's tweet about the kids? What kids? Which kids? I don't think I've seen that. I don't think I saw that one. Def said there was something hiding underneath the table holding the draw balls. That's funny. Right? It's just like, bro, there's no way that could have happened organically. Like, it had to have been rigged. Come on. Yeah, I understand why he would think that way. I totally understand that. All right, let's take a look at this tweet over here. What did Punk say? Okay, dude. Oh my God. Hang on. Let me put this up here. This is so funny. I was just stopped. Do I have this on the stream properly here? Yeah. Okay. I was just stopped while walking in the park. So he's in Japan, obviously, in the park. So the kids could ask me some questions, I think, to improve their English. I think it is one of the most cutest moments ever in my life. And I'm very happy I could help them and experience this. And so, yeah, so like he's just chilling here with all these Japanese kids. And, oh, that is precious. Oh, that's so adorable. Mike, why would you do this to me? Why did you do this? Oh, that's right. They'll be at Sajam Slam as well. Dude, Punk is everywhere. And again, like, I know a lot of people get on Punk's case. And I know I defend him all the time. And it's just like, oh, what's up, Sebastian? Like, this is just one of the things. I've seen this from Punk. Like I said, when he cried after losing at Evo, that was the second time I've seen him cry after a loss. And after I saw him lose at Evo, like, it was just like, I was like, I get it. I get Punk. I understand like how his brain works. And a lot of the bravado, a lot of the trash talking and stuff like that, you know, is pride. And, you know, that can be a weakness. And I've talked to Punk before and I was like, you know, let's work on maybe toning that down a little. But, you know, I'm not gonna be in there be like, this, you need to, you know, stuff like that. It's just, you know, I just say my piece and then I move on. But I see this in him. I know that he is, you know, he is like, he's a good soul inside, like at the very core. Like, I cannot see Punk and know as much as even though it's not much, obviously I'm not super good friends with Punk, just because I'm a hermit and, age differences and whatnot and stuff like that. But like from all the interactions I've had with Punk, I know the kid has a good soul. Like, a lot of the things that he expresses and stuff like that is going to be attributed a lot to youth and just he's playing fighting games. So, obviously that comes out. But, like, I truly believe that Punk is a really, really good person, honestly. So, oh, cool. From Chile. On YouTube, I've got Chile. I had a person from Chile on the Twitch stream earlier. But in any case, nephew, really, really good. And, this is just a brutal situation here, right, for nephew. And just because Kaba and NuckleDu are here, it's really hard to pick nephew making it out of this pool, which really sucks. Because otherwise, like, I feel like he would be the favorite on most pools, honestly. Yeah, it's a new James, but it's an old James, Jake. It's a new James, but it is an old James. So, but you know that. You've seen me before with the short hair. But who would I pick coming out of this pool? Oh, crap, dude. Like, I can pick 3 people, but I can't tell you which 2 would be the favorites and which one would actually be the wild card. Like, I would probably go NuckleDu, Kaba, and Xiao Hai. Oh, God, but how do you not pick nephew? But I'll use the logic of there being 2 Guiles in the pool as a way to justify not picking nephew. So NuckleDu, Kaba, and Xiao Hai, which one is the underdog? I really don't know. Really hard to say, honestly. And then Group H. So we're at the last group now, here. We start off with, why did that load? With Lex. In case you guys don't know, Lex, younger brother to JB, who currently resides in England, in the UK. He's, actually, you know what? Dude, that is a great point. That is a great point, David. And also, if I'm pronouncing your name wrong, let me know. Juicy Joe being in a pool with 2 Guiles is like the opposite side of Nephew's situation. I know that when season 1 was going, NuckleDu hated JP. He hated that character so much. But as top players do, that's what actually made him start to become better against JP. And not only that, but NuckleDu clearly has a secondary in Cammy. So he could definitely fight. But the weird part about it is the JP's got good at fighting Cammy, but the Guiles got kind of good at fighting JP. In fact, in one tournament, it might have been against Flux Waves, I don't remember, but NuckleDu was losing to a JP with his Cammy, switched to Guile, and he won. So it's weird. It's weird. But, on paper, for sure, Juicy Joe will be a very big problem to Kaba and NuckleDu. But NuckleDu having the 2 characters is definitely a big advantage over Kaba. And, because of that, sure, let's pick NuckleDu and Xiao Hai to make it out, and Kaba is the wild card. Because Kaba is the one without a secondary. I know he knows other characters, but, I don't know if I've ever, maybe one time I've seen him use not Guile in a tournament. So, he has a jury, but, does he? It's one of those things, we got to do that, that Thor face, right? Does he? Anyways, Lex, winning by points in the UK region here. Like I said, JB's little brother. Speaking of Guile, another one of the best Guiles out there. Very, very strong Guile. And Lex has only just been getting stronger and stronger. And like, you know, the nice thing about a tournament like Evo is that you sometimes, you know how I was saying you have to win that big one to make that breakthrough? Making top 8 at an Evo is usually equitable to making that breakthrough without having to win the tournament. And Lex had a ridiculous performance at Evo Japan and made top 8 at Evo Japan and was just beating up on everybody. So again, like, I mean, to be fair, Davey, if somebody out there can, you know, say like, hey, James, like, don't sleep on Kaba's jury. It's way better than you think. I'm more than happy to be wrong. Again, I'm way more than happy to be wrong because I think that'd be great if he had that. So, JB said Lex has a bison now. Ew. Ew. Oh, thank you, Mumba. Thank you, Bwalia Mumba. Thank you. Appreciate that. I'm such a nice guy, says Adam. It's hard. Like I see everybody in this community as my kids, okay? That's just the way it is. And one of the rules I have given myself is like I never want to talk bad about players. I can critique them. I can say their weaknesses are such and such, but I will never speak ill of a lot of the players, and I will always do my best to prop them up as much as possible because I really do think the players are the most important part of the FGC. Like, for the FGC to thrive, we have to become fans of the players like people are of, like, Faker, for example, in League of Legends, right? Oh, God, like, I just realized, I was like, crap, what game does he play? Oh, man. Oh, dang, one of the reasons you got in there was the Tuesday show, huh? Thank you very much. Appreciate that. But yeah, I mean, Lex, God, if he has a bison now, that's kind of terrifying. I do, so Davey does say, okay, yeah, okay. So Kaba does have a jury. Oh, wait, never mind. That was an old statement. That's a nice statement, old statement over there. I have nice big jugs, huh? Strangely, it's very, very, I mean, if I have nice big jugs, I need to grab another one. And then maybe Idom would main me as a commentator, you know? Anyways, Lex, very strong. I mean, this pool is an interesting one because it's full of really strong, dude, this pool sucks, dude. Okay. But Lex being a Guile will definitely cause a lot of problems in this particular pool over here. But Angry Bird, like, I'm just going to say this right now. Like, I don't care who else is in the pool. If Angry Bird is in the pool, he is my pick to make it out on the winner's side. If you saw him at Street Fighter League and you listen to the way he talks about fighting games, the way that he just, like, his mentality, how he approaches everything, dude, Angry Bird, I mean, Street Fighter League Europe, he looked unbeatable. Unfreaking believable. He was, I mean, unbeatable. I'm sorry, unfreaking beatable. The crazy thing is, he only lost to one person in Street Fighter League EU. Only one person after pools. After pools where he scored 200 points for 10 pool days, and he scored 20 points every single day. He got 200 points in the actual bracket area. He only lost to one person. Do you know who that one person is? Guess who else is in this pool? How does this happen? How does this happen? But Angry Bird, it doesn't matter if Kusanagi is in there as well. I have him as just being he's the favorite to make it out. Like I cannot praise Angry Birds gameplay enough, honestly. So, hey, look, people were asking me what the 2 reasons were, right? Earlier. So I kind of gave that away. But yeah, I like, what am I supposed to say about Angry Bird? Like there are, like when you watch a sport and there's that one player that, like, even if he's on the opponent team, you can't ever get mad at him. Even if he's on the rival's team, like, you just can't get mad at him. Like, even if you're, like, Jordan, one of the greatest basketball players of all time. But if you were on one of the teams that lost to Jordan all the time, you hated Jordan. You freaking hated Jordan. But there's always, like, those players out there that it's really hard to hate. Yeah, Steph Curry is a great example. I would say, like, maybe a Dirk Nowitzki, although I do think that there are some people who hate Dirk Nowitzki. For me, that's Dwayne Wade, okay? Now, the Miami Heat aren't the rivals of the Lakers. The Miami Heat just happen to be the team in the NBA that I hate the most. Almost illogically. Like, I've hated all the people on that team. I've hated that Pat Riley defected from the Knicks to go to that. I hate that that's where LeBron James ended up. I hate that's where Shaq went to after he left the Lakers. I didn't like Alonzo Mourning. Like, all the stuff. I, like, hate everything about the Miami Heat. Like, if people praise Miami Heat in my presence, I get really mad. Like, I don't know why. I have an unreasonable hatred of the Miami Heat, and yet I respect Dwayne Wade so goddamn much. I have not even the remote, slightest inkling of negative opinion about Dwayne Wade. Like, Dwayne Wade, to me, was always, like, the epitome of, like, that guy who gets the job done. And you can't ever be mad at that. Like, you just can't be mad at that because he was so good. And, I'm not saying he was humble, because he wasn't, and nobody who's ever been good at the NBA, in the NBA has been humble, okay? Like, you have to be cocky to be good in the NBA. And so, like, I'm not saying, like, oh, I appreciate how humble he was. No, it's just that, like, Dwayne Wade went out there and he did his thing day in, day out. And so, like, I can never not feel like Dwayne Wade is, like, a player that I will talk glowingly about for the rest of my life. That's Angry Bird. That's literally Angry Bird. Like, there's no, like, if Angry Bird one day was, like, on stream, he'd be like, you know what? I really hate James as a commentator. I think he sucks. He never talks about the match. He misses all this stuff all the time. If he said that, I would be like, you are right, Angry Bird. Like, I would be like, that's fair. I respect it. Like, I don't know if there's a way I could ever get mad, at him. Like, he's like, Angry Bird is just, like, he is the epitome, I feel like, of that guy who's goes out there, gets the job done, and just has such a great mentality, such a great mindset about how he approaches everything. And, talking to him, and when Logan interviewed him during Street Fighter League, I loved listening to him talk every time about his philosophy, and it's so mature, it's so wise. And so it's just, like, it's impossible for me not to respect Angry Bird, like, the man that Angry Bird is, like, the human that Angry Bird is. Like, it's not even just, like, a gameplay thing. It's just, like, I just respect him so much as a person, because I just love the way he looks at the world and stuff like that. So, Oh, trust me, David. One of these days, I'll show you my Twitter. But yeah, like I think Angry Bird is just amazing, and again, another one of those players that it's hard for me not to be biased, for. Unfortunately, this is probably the last player that I really don't have much information about. This one, I mean, like, I don't want to call any wins a shock or an upset, but this one is probably the main one that was surprising to me, was the most surprising to me. Now, nationality-wise, he's Kuwaiti, but he's currently living in Australia. So, the Oceania finals, which I mean, there's so many strong players in Oceania. And you know what? Every year, it's Travis Styles who makes it out of that region. Travis Styles is kind of ridiculous, right? And crazy enough, this was not a super region, and Travis Styles still finished second place to Soleil here. So Soleil really, I don't know when he showed up to Australia, but if it was recent, he is disrupting that area, because after Soleil is Travis Styles, who has been at Capcom Cup the last 2 years, and Travis Styles, I mean, dude, Travis Styles, I just make Zoolander jokes all the time because he uses the same picture all the time. He always does that picture at Capcom Cup, and I always make the joke that every time the picture comes up, I'm always like, it's crazy how he has a different expression every time we show this picture, and then for those who've actually seen Zoolander, they'll get that joke. But Travis Styles, Freezer, obviously another very strong player, Panda, super strong player, ROF, super strong player, Somniac, all of these guys, I think, have made Capcom Cup, or at least would have made Capcom Cup if the pandemic didn't happen. Like, every one of them have officially qualified for Capcom Cup at one point. Shen Khan, who used to run all the Unga Down Under stuff, also, very, very strong. Rumors, another player who's very strong. Like, BK Sama, like, all these guys from the Oceania region are ridiculous. I don't know where Soleil came from, and he dominated this. He really did. He came in here, scored the most points, so he was seeded number 1, got to grand finals after beating Travis Styles. He beat Travis Styles in a couple of the World Warriors, but in the grand finals of the regional final, he ended up beating Freezer in grand finals 3-0. So I don't know where Soleil came from. And you know what the craziest thing about it is? He's an Aki player. He qualified for Capcom Cup right before Broski did. So Broski wasn't even the first Aki to qualify. Soleil qualified I think by days or even just hours before Broski did. And so yeah, he's the second Aki there. And he's dominating the Oceania region with Aki, and that is just absolutely fascinating. Again, I don't know anything about this guy. This is the first time, this year is the first time I've really ever heard of this guy. And I am so excited to see him play, because that is not an easy accomplishment. And again, it might seem new person coming in here, what's going on? I mean, it may seem that way, but trust me, I love seeing these new players coming in here and making a name for themselves. Because you never know who the next... I mean, when Mena RD came and beat Tokido, when Tokido was unstoppable at Capcom Cup, I mean, Mena RD was that kid. You don't know if any of these... If Mena RD made it into Capcom Cup that year and it was like this, a lot of people would have been like, who is this Mena guy? Everybody who watched was like, oh, I know who Mena is. But a lot of people who casually watch would be like, who's Mena? And then he won 2018. And everyone's like, oh, that was a fluke. And now Mena is like the only 2-time Capcom Cup winner, right? So when I say like I love doing this is my passion, because I'm doing it for people like NuckleDu and for like Mena. This is kind of a great example of that. Like, you know, obviously any competition that allows a player, a human being, to come out and be the best and become, like just to be able to get that moment in their life is great. And I'm not saying the fighting game community is better than anything else at doing that. But I love the fact that the fighting game community is a way to do that. I love the fact that this genre that I love so much is providing people with not only ways just to have a moment like they've never dreamed they could ever have, winning a tournament on an Evo stage or something like that, or winning $1 million and changing your life, right? Like, you know, I'm not saying like, you know, like the fact that we have, like, the FGC can provide that opportunity for people is great. And yeah, I would love to see a player like Soleil or a player like Limestone or Daver or, you know, Salvatore, you know, to be able to do this kind of thing. You know, I don't know who they are. This is the first time that I've seen them, you know, this is their first Capcom Cups and stuff like that. And if they can, like, do that kind of thing, I think that's great. I really think that's great. There's been another round of grumbling about Capcom needing to do more to ensure the legends can get into Capcom Cup, but they forget that some of the legends now were upstarts less than 10 years ago. Yeah, so the problem is that there's no point system, right? And that's brutal. And we saw that from Jasmine. You're stuck on me. She clawed my leg and she couldn't get her claw off my pants. The thing is, like, they don't even have to change it that much. If you run it exactly as you ran it last year, but at all the offline majors, for everyone who doesn't finish first, they get points, and you save like 7 slots for the people with the most points, I think that would work, right? Like, then a player like Duel Kevin would have been rewarded for third, second, second, you know, kind of a thing. So, yeah, but I mean, if you literally have, you know, those kind of slots, and not only that, but that encourages people to travel more, and that's just better for the health of tournaments. You know, we only have a few offline majors this year. I mean, I hope we can get back to a point where, you know, we have smaller majors that qualify points, you know, kind of thing. Like, you know, maybe make the 8 offline majors the ones that if you win, you auto qualify, but then you can, you know, have Texas Showdown be one of the tournaments where, you know, 1st through 8 just gain points, you know, and stuff like that. And then you could add, you know, all the tournaments. Like, I don't think ECT is a Capcom Pro Tour tournament this year, like it was last year. I don't think Cream City Convergence is one either. But like, you could still keep them on as tournaments that are for points. And so that encourages more people to travel, and that means your favorite players come to your events, and that means more spectators will come to the event, and that means more money for the TOs. Because trust me, I don't care what anybody says out there, the TOs are not making any money. And it would be really nice for them to make some money, you know? God, like, the staff room at Frosty Faustings alone, I swear to God, is taking up so much of the budget. Oh, man. Shout out to Cora, by the way. She's awesome for that staff room. Man. This year was only 8 offline events. And then like back in the Street Fighter 4 days and like early 5 days, like everything counted towards the Capcom Cup, which was really cool. Because it really made those tournaments, like, people traveled a lot to them. Obviously, there was also the benefit that during that time was the FGC sponsor boom, with the Echo Foxes and stuff. So a lot of players could travel. It's a lot harder now. It's a lot harder to do it now, honestly. Anyways, Soleil, yeah, looking forward to what he can do in the tournament. And then after Soleil, Juninho Raz, another one of these players. Earlier when I was talking about one of the other Brazilian players, I talked about how important it is. I'm like, it doesn't feel like Capcom Cup to me without someone from Brazil, because like I said earlier, I've noticed every Capcom Cup has a person from Brazil, like every single time. And so like, I'm always happy to see Brazil here. And in fact, this year, let's see, we just have the 2 Brazil players from the World Warrior, which is Juninho Raz and Zangief Bolado. So it was during Zangief Bolado that I was talking about this earlier. Yeah, Keoma, great player. Shushu, great player. I'm trying to like dig back to all of the super old school guys from way back then. Oh God, there's another one that I know I'm missing. But yeah, so I'm always happy to see Brazil in here. And people are like, oh well, Juninho Raz from Brazil. Dude, again, he's another one of those players. This is his 3rd Capcom Cup in a row. Like, the consistency on this guy. And like I said, Brazil is a very, very strong area. No, not Valmaster. Valmaster's from France. Valmaster's from France. It was something like that. Anyways, again, my memory with names is awful, so I apologize. But yeah, like, this is his 3rd year in a row, and it's not easy to win in Brazil. There are a lot of people in Brazil who are gunning for this all the time. Like, they have a pretty ravenous community out there. Like, they want to win. They want to showcase Brazil. It's like every year, like you talk to the Brazil region and they're like, we need to let everybody see how strong we are. And of course, one of the biggest troubles is visas, of course, because a lot of Brazilian players have been gate kept from Capcom Cup thanks to visas. Yeah, Brolinho, that's the one that I was thinking of. Yes, Brolinho. Because I was thinking, I thought it was Juninho Raz, but like it wasn't. It was somebody that also had the Inho in their name. So Brolinho, yeah. And Koff, Didimo Koff, of course. Yes, Didimo Koff. Very strong player as well. And so, no, it wasn't, yeah. So anyways, I got Brolinho and Juninho Raz got a little confused. I'm sure all the Brazilians are going to look at me and be like, do you know Juninho Raz? And I would have to apologize that I got it mixed up. But yes, I obviously know Juninho Raz. But yeah, 3 years in a row here. And you know what? One of the only Luke players here. So it's him and Noah the Prodigy as Luke players. That's it. It's crazy. But then, winner of the Singapore premiere, Shuto. Probably the best Akuma on the planet right now. Oh, that's true too, because Angry Bird plays Ken. But he did say he was practicing Akuma for Capcom Cup as well. So I wonder if he's gonna bust out a Ken all of a sudden. But Shuto, I mean, he's a great player. He was the nut job. I'm gonna say this because I think I'm allowed to say this. He was the nut job that would play Marisa in both Modern and in Classic in the same tournament. I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you can switch your controller scheme on the same character. Like, what? Like, I can't even switch games without messing up my buttons. But like the same character in Classic and in Modern? Like, how does your brain process that? How do you stop your muscle memory from doing the wrong thing, dude? Like, that's crazy. There was just some matchups that he preferred using Modern. for like super reactions and stuff like that. This was season 1 at Evo. He was switching between modern and classic Marisa in the first season. And so like for modern, it was better to have some buttons for reactions, like be able to trigger the armor, at a frame's notice, kind of things like that. But then on other ones where that didn't matter as much, and so he would rather have the full suite of tools and stuff like that. So yeah, there's no modern in the cup. Yeah, not at all. So, but like, if you're not picking Shuto as a potential person to win Capcom Cup this year, you're overlooking Shuto. Like, this guy is very, very strong. And since his switch to Akuma, like what he did at Singapore was just, he was beating up everybody. And so, a player of this quality paired with a character like Akuma seems to be working out really, really well. I would not be surprised to see him get really far in this tournament, which then probably is a clear sign on who I'd probably pick to make it out of this pool, which sucks because honestly, like Kusanagi, like another player that like I have become such a fan for Kusanagi. And the thing about it is like people are like, wow, Kusanagi, this crazy player, he's so young. He came out of nowhere and he is now just a very strong Street Fighter 6 player. Oh, newcomer of the year kind of thing. Dude, he was playing fighting games. He was like, they call Xiao Hai because in Chinese, Xiao Hai means child. It means like little kid. So literally, he's like Billy the Kid. Like Xiao Hai was the kid. That's what they just called him. Kusanagi was that in France. People have said that he was like 12 or something when he was playing Street Fighter 4, 13 years old when he was playing against Street Fighter, when he was playing Street Fighter 4. And they said he was super good at Street Fighter 4, but what happened is he didn't like Street Fighter 5. And again, as I've explained to many people, Street Fighter 4 to Street Fighter 5 was the big shift from heart to mind games, right? So we went from Street Fighter 4 and every previous Street Fighter from being heart games to suddenly they were, mind games. Not that you play a lot of mind games, but now you have to study a lot more. You have to lab a lot more. You have to remember frame data a lot more. It became a lot more math-oriented, a lot more that kind of style of fighting game. And so a lot of Street Fighter 4 players, the reason why they didn't like 5 is because it kind of forced that into the play. They couldn't just make decisions. So Kusanagi was one of those players, and, it's scary because, we lost Kusanagi, who was clearly like one of the up-and-comers in Street Fighter 4 in France. We lost him because, the transition from 4 to 5 was very brutal for a lot of 4 players. But we got him back in Street Fighter 6, and clearly he hasn't missed a step. And then in that great interview at UFA after he won, when Ringe was interviewing him, asked him, why do you play Ryu? And he was like, so I learned fighting games from my dad. Like my dad played fighting games all the time. My dad was a Ryu player. So I'm using Ryu for my dad. And you're just dude, like that can bring out the tears too, dude. It's like crazy. But yeah, that's why I played. Obviously, he probably wanted to play him before, but Ryu sucked. But now that he's got the buffs, again, Ryu is in that same area. Like I kind of put Kimberly. Like again, I hate that there's no way to explain this quickly. But my tier list is there's the upper tier and the lower tier. Upper is you can win a tournament by yourself. Lower tier is you kind of need some buffs. But 2/3 of the cast are in the upper tier, and so I divide the upper tier in a little bit of desired power level, and then the characters who are slightly above desired power level, and then the characters who are slightly below desired power level. But I like putting that in that rank because it's very descriptive of where I think they go. And I put Kimberly and Ryu in that slightly below power level area. But, clearly they're still both very, very good. 801 Strider, he had trouble with 5. He did play it more than Peru did. Peru, I think, kind of gave up on 5. But Strider played throughout the majority of 5. But there's a lot of people actually, there's too many to name about, the transition from 4 to 5. And the worst part was a lot of old school players were like, oh, 5 said they're taking away all the stuff and it's going to be more footsies and fundamentals based. So a lot of old school players are like, now you 09er scrubs will see what real Street Fighter is like, and us old guys will show you how to play real Street Fighter. And then it turned out that Street Fighter V was the least friendliest game possible for all the old school players. So none of the old school players who said that ever held up their promise. Oops. Kusanagi is the best Ryu? Absolutely. And you're saying that too from, sounds like, obviously you're speaking at muy bueno. You're saying that from the Latin region, and you're not talking about the old school Kusanagi from Mexico, who is an amazing player as well. This is a different Kusanagi, and I've seen people keep getting them mixed up. The old school Kusanagi responded to something on Twitter, and someone responded to that person, like, you new school players are so weird. One, he's not a new school player, and 2, I was like, that's the wrong Kusanagi. Early Street Fighter V was pretty ass. Again, the whole eight frames thing. The 8 frames was oof. Come on, dude. But being the person that almost ruined Evo East that one time, I can't say anything. Reason why I didn't notice it, because I just adapt in that way. So, but yeah, Kusanagi, I'm so excited for him. This guy, like I said, even though I know he's been playing forever, but Kusanagi, I think, has that pedigree that he has the potential to become one of the best in the EU region. Give it maybe another couple years, and if he can keep growing and continue to, improve even beyond what he's at already, Kusanagi, it's again, the sports analogies and stuff. There's just those people that you see that you're just like, there's something about this kid. And then, you have the movie and everything like that. But but Kusanagi is definitely one of those, there's something about this kid. And I'm not saying kid because he's young. I'm saying kid because I'm old. But, I'm the gray-haired guy, come back and coach our high school or our college. And I'm like, I'm done coaching. I've never want to coach again. They disrespected me. And then, they bring him into the practice, and there's Kusanagi, and he's doing stuff. And you're just like, there's something about this kid. All right, I'm back. You do it because you see that spark, and you're like, you want to make sure that spark is fulfilled, that's what Kusanagi is like to me. I have the weirdest analogies, but at the same time, I have the greatest fucking analogies, dude, seriously. Oh man, but that's what I see in Kusanagi. So he will be, in my opinion, one of the most dangerous players in a couple of years. For sure. But that's Group H. And again, I would say that this is a very hard pool to pick were it not the fact that 2 of the players are Angry Bird and Shuto. So those are the 2 I'm picking to make it out. Do I think Lex, Soleil, Juninho, Raz, Kusanagi could make it out? Of course. Like I said, none of the pools ever go the way that you think it does. But based off of pure logic, Angry Bird and Shuto are making it out. That's it. Like I said, you could put anybody in the pool, and I will say Angry Bird is making it out. right? It's like maybe the only way is if it's like, oh, it's Angry Bird, Punk, Mena, you know, like then you're just like, okay, now I'm in a position where maybe I have to think about it. But Angry Bird is like after what he did in SFL EU, like he's so strong right now. You have Shuto and Kakeru in Grand Finals. Interesting. Interesting. That's true. They will have the home court advantage. I didn't really factor that into it. Now, wow, Arcade Ghost, what's up? I haven't seen you in a long time here. Unless I've just missed your name in the chat. But hello. Glad you can join us here. But yeah, that's the players for Capcom Cup 11. I knew it was gonna go super long. It's just like I can't not start just like I always think like what am I gonna say like for all these players what am I gonna say and like somehow like there's always something for me to say because it's always just the again, like I said, to me, you know, Ringe asked the question, like, as a commentator, what are your main goals? And, you know, I responded to him saying that my main goal is to make everyone a fan of, like, the players, right? You don't have to like all of them, but as long as you like someone, that's better than, like, if you don't have a player you're rooting for, it's hard to watch any competition. A lot of times when I watch a basketball game between two teams that I don't really care about, I can't get interested. But if I watch a game that involves the Miami Heat, I always want the other team to win. And it makes me invested, right? So, you know, like, that's really important for being a viewer. And so I believe it is first of three. Right. I mean, the Punk doing bad in Japan a lot of times is because the monitor lag is bad, et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, I feel like it's just like I just start talking about these players, and even if I don't know anything out of the players, it just leads into another narrative. So, oh man, this is gonna be a weird one. Do I just put this whole video out? I mean, last year I did that and I cut it into two separate videos. Like, do I just toss this all into one video? I don't know. But in any case, those are the players. And, you know, for those of you who have just hung out with me here on both streams, again, shout outs to both the YouTube stream and the Twitch stream here. I'm super happy that I'm able to do this. But yeah, I really hope you guys enjoyed this and really enjoyed hearing some about the backstories and stuff. And again, too, the hardest thing about this too is that honestly, like, you see how bad my memory can be sometimes. Things stick in my head, so I will remember a lot of stories, but I will also make a lot of mistakes, because one of my favorite lines in Memento, the movie, is, memory can turn a red card blue. And the funniest thing about that, my brother was like, no, the quote was, memory can turn a blue card red. And then we were just like, well, you know, that just kind of proved the point. But in any case, you know, like, I might got some stuff wrong, and if I did, please let me know in the comments below on the YouTube as well. Again, I don't mind being wrong. Like, I'd rather be accurate. So if I make any mistakes, please let me know. But, you know, these stories that I tell, I often get secondhand from other people. So sometimes maybe they didn't have the right story or something, right? Like, you know, that kind of stuff happens. But regardless, like, it's still important to me. Don't play the JP theme. It's still very important to me to, you know, tell the stories of the players, honestly. So, like, I think, you know, highlighting them and really helping get to know them, even if I actually don't know anything about them, is really important. It really is, honestly. So, you know, I hope you guys enjoyed this stream. I hope you guys enjoy me, you know, talking about these players like this, you know, and hearing some of these stories about them and a little bit of like what they've gone through and everything like that. So, you know, hope you guys really, really enjoyed that. So, hang on a second here. So, yeah, thank you guys for sticking around. Thank you for hanging out over here. And I think the only appropriate way to end the stream is by doing this. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. You guys asked for that. You guys asked for that. Hope you guys have a good one out there. Please stay safe out there, guys. You know, like I said, I'm gonna combine these channels eventually, so you're gonna be hearing this a lot here on this, you know, in the future. But like, please be excellent to each other, okay? One of the reasons why I love telling these stories is because the benefit of the FGC, meeting people all around the world, traveling all around the world. Everyone is a human being who just wants to live a good life. Don't let anybody paint any pictures to you that anybody is lesser than anybody else. Like, especially like when I travel, the geek culture is always the geek culture. Like, we just all want to play games and have a great fucking time and get salty and just, you know, enjoy ourselves. And so, again, be excellent to each other. Treat everyone as your equal. Treat everyone as your fellow human being. And, yeah, and that way, the whole world can party on, dude. But, in the meantime, thank you for tuning in and listening here, because the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me, why was oh, I remember why it was muted. Okay. Okay. Let's do this. The day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
should have talked for 6 more minutes. No. Oh man. Thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys on YouTube as well. I've seen a lot of people really happy to have the live stream there so they can watch the archives on YouTube. So I'm gonna try to keep this up as much as I can. And thanks everybody on Twitch as well. So yeah, the Ultra Chen logo, Ultra Chen TV logo will be going by the wayside fairly soon. But you know, Capcom Cup is gonna take me away from having the ability to do a lot of that stuff. But it will eventually, because again, gonna be rebranding everything to Chenzor Dynasty. And if you guys can join the Discord, please do so. I need to eat, cats need to eat, so I'm not gonna paste the link in there, but hope you guys have a good one. I'll see you guys later. Take care. And wait, there's 12 viewers watching Ultra Street Fighter 4. Whoa, crazy. Okay. I think it would be like, wonder if I should, it'd be funny to raid them. Let me see who else here I can raid here. Again, this late, everybody is from freaking Japan that's actually playing right now. Not a lot of people actually playing for an English stream for you guys over here. I would like to stream something for people. You know what? Let's do this. I'm gonna raid completely random person. I'm gonna raid a completely random person that currently only has 4 viewers. You know, and so yeah, let's just do it randomly. I'm not gonna jump in the stream, so let him know and stuff. So I'm gonna raid this person named Mocha Panda Kupo. I'm raiding him because that name sounds really awesome. So I'll see you guys later. Let him know that, you know, the Chenzor Dynasty and Ultra Chen TV says hello. I'll see you guys later. Peace out.